Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our one-day online workshop, Brand Yourself for Purpose, Position and Profits. And I'm your host today, Rachel Quilty. So I'm just allowing a few people to come on board because I can see you all coming in and arriving. So I want you to grab a glass of water, a cup of coffee, grab your notebook, grab a pen, and make sure that you're ready to sit down and immerse yourself in your personal brand today, because we're going to be doing a lot of work. So I want you to be well prepared, well organized, so you can have a great day with our training workshop today. Okay, everybody, welcome to our one-day online workshop, Brand Yourself for Purpose, Position and Profits. My name is Rachel Quilty. And so as we are allowing people to come on board, we're all getting ready. I can see people arriving and I can see people are kind of in that transition space at the moment. So please feel free to grab a cup of coffee. Are you excited about today? Send me a chat so I can see where you're from. Let me know where you're at. And, we've got clients all over the world. So it's really nice to see people dropping in from, all sorts of places. So please share that in the chat so I can have a little look, see, and where everyone is from. So today is going to be, it's not going to be a long day, but it's going to be an intense day, which is how I like to do our presentations. So they're not 8 hours. It's going to be 6 hours training with an extra, with our breaks in between, we'll be close to 7 hours, but we'll be pulling up at about 4 o'clock. And so, be prepared for the day. Grab a water, grab a coffee, have the jug going in the background, and we'll start shortly. You might call it a kettle, that's right. Okay, so let's go. So welcome everyone to our Brand Yourself for Purpose, Position and Profits, our one-day online workshop. So I'm your host, Rachel Quilty. And the idea is that we're really going to be focusing on a number of successful strategies that can assist you develop your brand's purpose, position it well, and obviously look at how you may be premium pricing yourself to generate profits. And so to really put a tagline around today's presentation, it's how to design, deploy, and dominate your field as a brand authority. So there's a really great stat. It's actually quite startling if you think about it. And this is why we have called the presentation How to Brand Yourself for Purpose, Position and Profits, because when you learn how to premium price yourself, it's really very interesting what can happen as a result. So, research has indicated that 70% of people will pay an additional 20% premium on branded products, and 40% will pay an additional 30% premium. So, we talk about premium pricing ourselves. This is why, because the research tells us that if you're well branded, that people are willing and more than able to, or more than willing to pay an additional premium. So, great to know that. So your goal for today, we always like to set intentions about where we're starting and where we're heading for the day. And so in summary, I think, what I'm imagining for your goal for today would be to design your personal brand, be able to deploy your personal brand expertise, and dominate your marketplace as the brand authority. And so some people may have other intentions, and we're going to kind of check in with our intentions a little later in the day. So right now, just take a moment to actually fix an intention for your day. I'll give you a whole 10 seconds to do that. So let's walk through what our day looks like today. So part one is, why is personal branding so important? We'll have a quick 15-minute break. Then we'll look at part two, 5 deadly mistakes made in branding. We'll have a 30-minute break for lunch. We'll look at part three, 5 vital success strategies to help you build your personal brand. And then we'll have another 15-minute break. And then we'll finish the day with how to design your personal brand to dominate your market. So lots of information we're going to be covering off today. You know, each session is really important. I think if I wanted to kind of put an emphasis on a session, it would be the second session, because we talk about the negative impactors on your brand and what might be hindering your brand. And so as we're moving forward with our branding, it's always great to look at our what's the negative impactors, or what's limiting us, more to the point. So we know that when you have the right personal brand, you can improve your business credibility and positioning, increase your confidence and effectiveness, improve your communication, increase your persuasiveness, improve market standing, and help you achieve your business goals. So how would you like to have a brand like the late Steve Jobs, or maybe a brand like Oprah and the platform and network like she has? Or maybe you'd like to have a great personal brand and be recognized as a great leader and war hero like President Zelensky from Ukraine. Zelensky? Or maybe you'd like to be an author and have a platform like J.K. Rowling's, who's now moved into, books, TVs, movies, theme parks, online theme park, online school. Or maybe you're a real serial entrepreneur and you'd like to have a brand like Richard Branson. Or maybe you'd like to have a brand like Wonder Woman. And, you do that transformation from Diana Prince into Wonder Woman. And that's what great personal branding can do. So when we're walking through this today and we're thinking about our personal brand, a lot of people aren't intentional, but you really do need to start thinking strategically about it. You need to be planning and preparing. Ultimately, we know that if you spend 2 hours planning, that you can save 8 hours work. So it's really important. Planning and preparation is such an important thing. And I say that because preparation, although we don't always focus on preparation, when those opportunities inevitably come along, it's important to be prepared for them. So my goal is to provide some foundational principles so you can define and design your personal brand, build and leverage your personal brand to dominate your marketplace, position your brand as the authority. And I think I'm really one of those, I'm unique in the way that I go about branding. I have developed a step-by-step management system of branding and building and creating and designing your brand. So my intention for all my clients is often bigger and greater than their own intentions. And so, I forecast their success because I can see how their expertise is often not highlighted. And so I'm going to talk about that a little bit as we move forward. So I have great goals for you. Like I said, we're looking at why is personal branding important. We're going to have a quick break. We're going to look at some mistakes, deadly mistakes, I call them, those 5 vital success strategies to help you build your personal brand. And then we're going to look at how to design your personal brand to dominate your market, so you can build a powerful personal brand, create a brand that attracts opportunities, develop a personal brand that reflects your potential and your goals, differentiate your brand, and brand yourself the authority in your field. So I'm going to emphasize authority because I want you to get really intentional about your positioning as part of the importance of premium pricing yourself and branding yourself for purpose, position, and profits. And so we know that your brand story is important. In actual fact, it's very important. We know that your life lessons, experiences, to a degree define who you are, not necessarily what you'll do and what you're capable of. And they say that your life experiences are perfectly aligned to your life purpose. And so I go on to say that your life experiences, your life lessons are perfectly aligned to your brand purpose and your brand mission. And there is someone that's looking to you as a solution. And so, as we're talking about stories, let me tell you a little bit about my story, I guess, and my life purpose, so you kind of know where I'm from. Um, I studied economics. I went on to become engaged as an industrial relations advocate. I became one of the youngest IR managers in Australia, one of the highest paid IR managers in Australia as well. I was being groomed to become the CEO. When I commenced work, I was really from day one nurtured to become senior executive. So, I actually left, resigned as the executive manager of policy and manager of IR, but I was being groomed to be the CEO. And I often nicknamed myself the cleaner. And so, what happened was in 2000, I went to a training. I dedicated myself to this training. I invested quite a lot of money in it, and it really changed everything. It really made me start to focus on my future and what I wanted to achieve and whether I was going to achieve it where I was. And so one of the things that I did was I actually went to work on Monday. I resigned. I was re-engaged the next day on 3 times my normal pay. Over the next 10 weeks, I saved the difference between my old pay and my new pay and created a deposit for our first investment property. And so, it was a small property in a very good location. And, it was 200,000, 210. And then, so a couple of years later, it wasn't too long later, I sold it for over 400,000. So I really think about the investment that I made in that long weekend, and I think it was an incredibly good return on investment. And what I really think about as I do trainings now is, if I make sure that I implement that training, there's always a return on investment, and I make sure that I really consciously consider what I'm going to achieve as a result of doing that training. So I encourage you to do that as well. And so I went on to start studying. I became a personal brand strategist. I went on to start studying and researching what was going to ultimately make me stand out, which I wasn't really aware of at the time. It wasn't until it was confirmed almost 10 years later that I was studying big branding principles, big business branding principles, and applying them to the personal brands. And I was looking beyond the personal image, the professional image, the personal style, professional style, signature style, and, which was being promoted as what was a personal brand at that time. And I was saying, no, it's much, much more. If we go behind the scenes, if we kind of unpack what's happening with some of these great personal brands that are really becoming quite iconic, you'll see that they're building empires, and they're building, brand lines, and, promoting communities. And so I really started to research big businesses, iconic brands, and how they were achieving their success. And, one thing I will say is there was, the one thing that's most important to remember as we move through this whole day is that personal branding is a prerequisite to success. And every big iconic brand, started with a iconic personal brand. Started with a personal brand that became a catalyst, if you will. And so, I was very fortunate that as I was progressing with my expertise and, I was able to generate a lot of conversation around personal branding because it was becoming quite topical. But I also looked at it very different. I looked at it from a very business acumen perspective. So I was invited to speak on 4BC. It was syndicated. I was invited to speak on ABC Radio and interviewed ultimately by Channel 9, The Today Show. And so I was also able to get a lot of media just because I was, proactive. I responded to call outs. I did press releases, which is something you do when you feel quite confident about your personal brand. And you're also responding to questions that people are asking in your area of expertise. And so it was a great positioning tool for me to respond. And likewise, I would be encouraging you to do that as well. And so, that inevitably allowed me to get a lot of publicity in a lot of well-known magazines. And we're going to be talking about, the resources you need to do and the preparation you need to have as a great brand to ensure that you are invited and have these promotional opportunities. And so, because I was comfortable speaking, I was invited to speak at networking luncheons and networking events. They ultimately become corporate trainings, and I was invited to, speak at Westfield, speak at Bond University, speak at the university, Griffith University, the business school there, Birch Carroll and Coyle, which is now events. And so, there was a lot of opportunities to speak. It's really interesting because it was a platform that was really unexpected to move into that more corporate training field. What ultimately happened was I was writing the book. I actually leased a unit at Q1 on the Gold Coast in Australia, Surfers Paradise specifically, and leased it for a year and spent the year basically consolidating. This is after 10 years of personal brand consultations, deciding I was going to write the book and create the system. And I really unpacked all my consultations, did a lot of research around psychology, but also, each of those action steps. So I really understood what I was trying to achieve with each of the action steps within my Brand Yourself action plan. And so when I was writing the book, it was great to have that opportunity to do that, take some time out and actually just sit down and write the book. And, it's not a lightweight book. Most people would call it literally an instructional manual on personal branding. And, as a result, I've had a lot of success with it. It was originally picked up by Singapore National Library. It's recently been put in Australian National Library. It's, more recently been picked up by Walmart in the US, their online store. So, it's been one of those books that it's literally become a textbook. And in that sense, it is evergreen because, the principles that I'm talking about really haven't expired, even though it was literally 10 years since I've written it. As a result of writing the book, I was actually invited to speak at an event in Las Vegas and make a presentation and make some sales. And, here's a photo of some of my clients. And we're at, thank God it's Friday, TGA, TG, TGF. Anyway, so I was able to sell from stage, promote a product. As a result of speaking at that event, I was then invited to speak on Jordan Goodman's Money Answers show, which is on Voice America. And at the time, I didn't realize it, but 1 million people had tuned in to listen to my talk on personal branding. And we were very specifically talking about premium pricing yourself and some of those success strategies and all about positioning your brand. So it was a great opportunity. I then had the executive producers come back and invite me to create my own radio show on Voice America, which was, an incredible opportunity at the time. One of the things that I often talk about, and when we're being intentional about our personal brands, we want to be thinking about the lifestyle that it affords us, but two, the one that we want. And so as part of one of our first action steps, we actually consider what lifestyle do you want to have? For me, it was important that I take time out of work, although I still continued to work, and really focus on writing the book and writing all the information that needed to go into the book. So it's not just sitting down and writing a book, it's actually all the information that goes around it. I was able to, as I was writing the book and I hit milestones, I actually went over to New Zealand, to Wanaka, went skiing during the winter and spent some time there just as downtime between writing the different chapters, etc. And so, obviously that's our property there in Annalee. And so, what was interesting is, and I talk about opportunities, is that when I was invited to speak in the US, the promoter said to me, "Do you have a product to sell?" And I said, "Yes, I have a product to sell. You comfortable doing a 90-minute presentation on stage and selling a $2,500 product?" I said, "Yes, there's no problem with that." And so, I frantically, we traveled over to the US. We leased a condominium at Stratton Mountain Ski Resort. And so for 3 months, I literally sat down and wrote the training program and the presentation and all the literature that went with the training program. So the workbooks and the work journals and, the offer sheets, etc. So there's a lot of things that go into it that you don't just see, this 90-minute presentation. There's so much more to it that has to be developed. So 3 months of very intense work. And that was my view there. If you're watching online, I say that because some of our clients often call in on their cells. So we have the audio conference call in for our presentations as well as the visual. So some of you may know Stratton Mountain Ski Resort. It is really one of those luxury resorts. It's like the wealthy mountain on the east coast of the US. And so, we were leasing a property there for 3 months. So we were guests, but we were also connected to the ski resort as well. And so I had the luxury of looking out over the mountain and enjoying that. And what was interesting, we actually got off a cruise from the Caribbean and actually went up to Vermont. So we arrived in LA. We sent all of our snowboard gear across to the real estate agent at Vermont at Stratton Mountain Ski Resort, and then we went on a cruise and we went down to the Caribbean and had a great time there. And so you have to think about the lifestyle that you want to achieve. Can I work on a cruise line? Absolutely, no problems at all. And when we did a transatlantic with on the Independence of the Seas, I literally worked the whole time. And so and it's, we all have our cruise stories, but the thing that I do love is I love sailing, and I have done my competent crew, and my dream is to have a 40-foot yacht, 40-foot cat, 45-foot cat. I'm kind of tossing between a lagoon or a light wave, which is an Australian-made product. And so, as we were getting onto the cruise to go to the Caribbean or Caribbean, whichever way you'd like to pronounce it, we were staying at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City, and we were there while Angelina Jolie was there with her family. So there was a lot of, interest in the venue and what was happening there at the time. It started to snow in New York, and the lights and the Christmas lights was just fabulous. So you get to stay in a lot of great places. I always talk about the fact that I'd love to meet you or catch you in the VIP lounges of the world, because it is really interesting how often you're in a VIP lounge and you connect with other people. And what was interesting, while I was in Vermont, I was watching Dancing with the Stars, and there was a huge media furor around it, because what had happened is the guest, our Australian Delta Goodrum, was actually going to be playing, or accompanying I'm forgetting the artist. Anyway, and what happened was the lead singer, the female lead singer who was doing the lead piece, actually dropped out of the show. Very last minute, Delta stepped in. She sang Natural Woman. 22 million people tuned in to watch it because there'd been such a media frenzy around it. And so, and I'm watching this while I'm pretending to do my work. And it was interesting because we later ran into Delta in the Virgin Lounge, and we were able to have a little chat about the Dancing with Stars moment, because we just watched it. Well, I just watched it all play out in the US. So I tell you all that to say, there's a lot of things you need to be considering. Your lifestyle, it can afford you a certain lifestyle, but you also need to be designing your life around the lifestyle you'd like to have. And so my mission is to assist you strategically and systematically build your professional profile to enable you to leverage a position of position your personal brand as the authority in the marketplace or your field. And when I say marketplace or field, I really do mean your organization, your business, your marketplace and field as well. So, I've established myself as the authority in personal branding, and I really want to help you do that as well in your niche or niche, depending on where you're listening from. And so the question is, what is your niche or niche? Because in the US, it's niche. So, maybe it's like David Beckham, it's football, or it's like Obama, it's politics, or Warren Buffett, and it's, investment in fundamentals. Whatever that is, you need to be able to step out of the crowd and stand out as the authority and present a very different picture of how things might be uniquely done as a result of, following your brand leadership. So let's talk about what else you need to know about today. I often talk about case studies and the results. And so, I wanted to kind of share some of the results I've achieved by focusing on personal branding. It can really lead to a lot of great opportunities. And, the ones that I've been unable to take is because I wasn't, I was really brand new and I was not able to take advantage of some of them that were offered to me. Now I'd probably be a very different situation. So I want to cover off theory first. If you're hearing an accent, it's an Australian accent. People often ask me, what's my accent? I have lived in, the US and Canada and traveled to New Zealand a lot. So I have picked up little quirks, I guess, in my accent. So I call myself a global citizen. And if you're wondering if I have spelling issues, that I do, my slides are generally in US English. So, just, forgive me for that because the book, the training program, everything was launched in the US and, majority of my clients have been US. So I talk about foundational information. And also, if you hear noise in the background, let me just say that I'm presenting from a hotel room today. And so who knows what's going to happen? It was kind of an interesting night last night. So, please forgive me if you hear some background noise as well, because it's inevitable that something will happen. And, it's days like this, I wish I was in that I was in a sound recording studio doing this live from there. Anyway, the thing that I want you to remember, and I mentioned this earlier, is that personal branding is a prerequisite to success. And like I said, most iconic brands, brand empires have been created from that one personal brand that ultimately committed to the success of the brand and was the catalyst for creating this iconic brand. And so, like I said, we're going to be looking right now at why is personal branding important. I do always like to cover off the theory. So it's really important to understand why personal branding works and why it's important that you focus on it. And like I said, we'll look at this five deadly or the several deadly mistakes. And then we'll look at some vital success strategies and, like I said, how to design and position your brand. So let's set the scene like a movie director. And ironically, I am now a qualified movie director and filmmaker. We nurture your brand creation with you as the starring role. You really are the star of the production. It involves you taking center stage in your own success. So I always say lights, camera, and action, because you are really the center of your own epic movie. And sometimes we want to play small, and we hide our expertise and our skills and knowledge, or we're not in a position where they're exposed and our potential is not unearthed. And so this is really what personal branding is about. It's about unearthing the potential in yourself. So what is personal branding? I mean, simply, it is about marketing yourself, but it's so much more. I think that's the most simplistic way of putting it. Creating a personal package that is appealing to your target audience while remaining an accurate reflection of your true self. And so I'm often asked how, who should be branding themselves? And the answer is literally everyone. And if the most important thing to think about, and we do touch on this in some of our other trainings, is that if you're not communicating about your brand, your competitors are. And by default, you're being communicated about. Whether you're an employee, an executive, the CEO, a business owner, a coach, an author, a professional, blue collar worker, doesn't matter. You need to be starting to consider your personal brand and developing your expertise in your niche or niche, and working on your personal brand. And that really is about making sure that you stand out. And I'm going to walk through some of the research and the results that can happen when you do that. So it really is about establishing yourself, and it is not necessarily in a extrovert manner. So I'll talk about that as well. So why is personal branding important? What makes a successful brand? Your financial success and celebrity status with your target audience are greatly influenced by how compelling your personal brand is. So we're all about creating a compelling personal brand. And so what's the purpose of your brand? Your brand has two main purposes. One is to differentiate yourself from others and to achieve a desired result, which is why I do put some focus on what is the lifestyle that you want to achieve. What is it that you actually want to achieve, whether it be financial success, freedom, etc. And so what is a good personal brand? A good personal brand name gives a good impression. It's easy to remember. It evokes positive associations. So think about that when we're talking about who we associate with, how we align our brand, what we're developing our brand with. A good brand name gives a good first impression. It's easy to remember. It evokes positive associations. And so we have elements of brand strategy that are really significant. And I will constantly talk about one or the other. The two main elements are your brand identity, which is really that visual aspect. It's your name, it's your logos, the associations, the messages, the images, the symbolism, iconography. And then you have your brand name awareness, which is what exists in the hearts and minds of your clients, your customers, your employees, your suppliers, your stakeholders. And so when we're thinking about brand elements and that visual aspect, I've got a great illustration here with Jenny Snook, the raw food genie, and this is her branding. And I thought it was a really incredible illustration of brand identity. And it's the raw food genie, the genie lamp, and this swirls, and then you've got these vibrant, fresh colors, and you have her personal style and image that's consistent with it. You have the business card, you have her name that's in gold, and it's a really nice illustration of what you can do with your branding when you really focus on that. And this is because what Jenny was able to do was create a really great design brief. So she had a really clear idea about what she wanted to achieve with her design. She was able to outsource it and achieve this result. And it's really one of those really nice results. And I say that because if you have your design brief, then you can have your website designed, your business cards, and everything else. If you don't have a brief, then you're reliant on the other person just creating it. And often you see organizations where you'll see that they've used the same agency because the same branding elements are consistently being visual, and that's because you haven't given them the brand brief to the degree that they can't just take something off the shelf. And that can happen. We have trends in branding, just like in paint colors, decor, everything else. So when we're designing our brand, we want to be very consciously thinking about what we want to achieve as a result. So 20 years ago, it took me over 2 years to actually design and develop our brand, JumptheQ's brand. And I was looking at, and I was doing a lot of research around branding and looking at that visual aspect, the brand identity, which was very, very far removed from the focus of your visual, personal, and professional image, and looking at elements. For example, the color psychology, white space. I was looking at eye skimming. I was looking at customer buying strategies. I was looking at, images being associated or disassociated. I was looking at, like I said, white spaces. I was looking at the spines of my book and all these kind of elements. And, comparing the visual trends or what was more successful, like for example, with billboards as opposed to other like books, and using billboard type of branding concepts and elements to actually design our branding as well. And so the colors are, you might think, oh, this doesn't it's not hot pink or red or whatever, blood red, fire engine red, but it is the color preferences of some of our target audience. And so it's also preferences that they are either more appealing to them as they age. So I looked at my demographic and what were their preferences, what is offering a solution to them via way of a design. And, I think it's really about reducing the clutter, getting really streamlined, getting simple, but being sophisticated, and really making sure that, one of the things that you have to do is make sure that it is evergreen, that it has some sustainability about it. And so, it was interesting because my branding had been in place for about 10 years when a trend kind of touched on it. And beyond that, my brand is still current and consistently people comment on it. And it also means that you're able to duplicate it in a sense. You need to think about how you can replicate your branding as you're building your brand empire. How do you move from one product to the next product, one book to the next book? And you'll see how I've been able to achieve that with our branding as well. Something to keep in mind, we talk about all this in some of our trainings. So it's all about creating a competitive edge, the owner of Business Women, or She Women now, Carly Welsh, said this. She invited me to speak to an event in Brisbane, and it literally was a packed house. It was like standing room only. It was just ridiculous. Anyway, she said this. Rachel recently did a presentation to Brisbane women audience on personal branding. Her presentation was very informative and provided a lot of interesting, helpful, and relevant information for these business owners. Her style was very professional, and she demonstrated that she could walk her talk. One thing that you want to be tagged with is that byline. What's your byline? And people will often say, I walk my talk. So what is that all about? That's about your reputation. One of the things that was, speaking at that event led to other corporate training, being flown to Sydney, hosting events in Sydney as well. So your brand equity is really your brand promise. It's your brand reputation. When you have sufficient brand awareness that you're a recognized brand in your field, you gain a sustainable competitive advantage. And that's what you want to achieve. It's when you're known to the degree that others become obsolete and you become the only choice. You become top of mind, and that's what you want to achieve. And when you are achieving that, you've actually created sustainable competitive advantage, and it enables you to you might call it a competitive edge. It allows you to premium price yourself if you want to do that. By building a personal brand over time, you are able to premium price your services. And so what will you achieve as a result of this? Like I said earlier, you improve your business credibility and positioning, increase your confidence and effectiveness, improve your communication, increase your persuasiveness, improve your market standing, as well as you can achieve your business goals. And with positioning comes some of those comments. So this was Scott Letourneau who invited me. He was a promoter of the joint venture boot camp in the Las Vegas in the US. He said this: personal branding is so important to any business owner's success, and the person you want to interview is the authority, Rachel Quilty. So he had invited me to be interviewed for his premium clients. And some of those premium clients are really some of the US Fortune 500. And so that led to the invitation to speak on Voice America. And then obviously the executive producers inviting me to create my own radio show in the US. So we're thinking about how we strategically position ourselves, and I have developed I call it an acronym. Strategically positioning yourself using the acronym authority, which is highly original, but it does make sense as we walk through it a little later today. And there are principles to positioning your brand that you really need to be strategically thinking about. Henry Ford once said, you can't build a reputation on what you're going to do. You really do need to do the work. And I think that's why our trainings, our programs, our business, our clients are very professional. They're very hardworking. They have a strong work ethic, and they're not afraid of hard work, more to the point. And that's because they really are about achieving great success, building empires. You don't build a brand empire by watching somebody else do it. You're the one that's going to do the work. So I love that quote by Henry Ford. I often quote Henry Ford because I've, studied some of his business models and methods. So why is branding so important? We know that within seconds, that judgments are made about us, whether people like us, whether they trust us, whether they want to do business with us, whether they want to spend time with us. I must say that my voice is getting a little bit croaky, so don't think that I'm tired, or it actually just means that I've been using my vocals a little. So first impressions count. We know that 55% of a first impression is visual, 38% is tonality, and 7% is the words that we use. So within this very short period of time, people have formed a decision about us, and they're generally stereotypically judgments about us, and we've made an irreversible first impression. We call this first impression potentially the halo effect, or it could be the horn effect, depending on what is the first. One moment. So it can be either the halo effect or the horn effect. If you look confident, you will be perceived as competent and intelligent. You'll be good to spend time with and do business with. People accept you and your prices and question you less. So the opposite is the horn effect, and I won't go into that right now. So we know that impressions translate into actions, that an excellent brand will ensure that you're hired first or promoted quicker, you're afforded more authority and respect, your suggestions are given more weight, and your word becomes gospel. We need to think of you as a product. Personal branding can tell your prospects why they should choose you over someone else, control how other people perceive you, influence what others think of you, tell prospects what you stand for. And so this is a really nice testimonial by one of our clients, direct sales agent at the time, Marina Hurst. She said this: Rachel Quilty's Brand Yourself Action Plan is an invaluable source of inspiration and guidance in my business, which heavily relies on personal branding. I cannot recommend it highly enough for every direct sales agent out there. This is a must-have resource for everyone in sales. This insightful and instructional action plan on personal branding will help you create a competitive edge and position your personal brand to stand out from the crowd. So I think, Marina had heard me talk about these points so much that it really become part of her language. What's interesting about Marina, and why I think it's important that we think about this as a direct sales agent, you're often like, this is network network marketing, multi-level marketing, direct sales, consultations. How do you stand out? How do you actually distinguish yourself from another person who's selling the identical product with the identical marketing material? How you stand out is via your personal brand. And so Marina was able to do that. And what's interesting, we talk about finding your purpose. Ultimately, Marina, obviously you remain connected with people. She was able to transition into what she wanted to do, like where she was called to be, and is super successful there. So what we're trying to achieve is developing brand equity, how to premium price ourselves. So, like I said, right at the front of this presentation, research has indicated that 70% of people will pay an additional 20% premium on a branded product, 40% indicated a 30% premium. This increased perceived value allows you to premium price your services. And so I illustrate that with Coca-Cola. If you purchase a bottle of Coca-Cola or a can of Coca-Cola, it might cost you $4 compared to a generic brand, which might be $2. So this price difference is really brand equity. The added value provided to a product or company by its brand identity is brand equity. This increased perceived value is premium pricing. So we're trying to develop a sustainable brand, sustainable competitive advantage. We need to want to have true and lasting success, which depends on the totality of our personal brand. The total brand is made up of these 5 essential elements which must be managed for long-term success of your personal brand. And so we talk about your hidden image, your attitude, your ability, your self-esteem, your confidence, your assumed image, your reputation, your visual image, the packaging and the appearance, your experienced image, your communication, and then obviously your proven image, how you are over time. And these are a total experience of you as a product, as a brand. You need to be managing all these things. So the total experience a client has with you, your personal brand, your products or services will determine your success. The buying decisions of clients are based on value and image. However, attaining and maintaining a good image cannot be an end in itself. So I talk about that image let me say that again. Image is worth a ton of performance. However, image can't be the only thing. Performance must ultimately match the image. And you are the total experience. Every organization, regardless of size, is challenged to remain differentiated, significant, and relevant, and proven, over time, proven to have this good reputation. So what's your brand saying about you? I say this all the time. What is your brand is a reflection of what you're capable of. And so do you need a brand makeover? And I love this illustration of Wonder Woman. So we have Diana Prince in her civilian life. She's a secretary for intelligence, naval intelligence, very, I wouldn't say she's unassuming, but she's, blends into the background. And then we have the transformation as she becomes Wonder Woman. And so this is where we're at with our personal branding. Where do we need to be? Are we at that stage where we really need to rebuild, re-engineer, review our brand and, have a brand makeover and go through that transition of rebuilding our brand, moving from the Diana Prince, the civilian, to the superhero Wonder Woman? And I often talk about Captain America, and I'll do that a little later because it's a favorite of mine. So you really are a product. Personal branding can tell your prospects why they should choose you over someone else. Like I said, control how other people perceive you, influence what others think of you, and then tell your prospects what you stand for. And I might be kind of embedding that a little, but I want you to understand just how important it is. And one of our clients said this: Rachel effortlessly helped me create my personal brand, which tied in beautifully with my business branding. I have used Rachel's services on a number of occasions, and I felt I was in the hands of the expert on each occasion. Since creating my personal brand, I have seen an increase in business, and I feel I'm representing myself and my business authentically and seamlessly. We know personal branding can accelerate your success. When you build a persuasive personal brand, you can have instant credibility, instant celebrity. You create a brand that attracts clients, promoters, joint venture opportunities. You gain a competitive edge. You can premium price yourself. You can brand yourself as the authority. And so you need to get to that space where you're very honest and ask yourself, are you the only choice brand, or are you a generic brand? Fortunately, you have a choice. You can, start working on one to become the other. So I really want you to think about what your brand goal is for yourself, whether it's for today in this session or whether it's for, ultimately what you want to achieve. Just take a moment and jot down your immediate thoughts, like what comes to mind. What's that line that, uh, talks to your strategic vision and what you want to achieve. So it might be world domination, it might be business growth, it might be greater market share, becoming recognized as the authority. What is that for you? Okay. So something usually comes to mind. For Walt Disney, he said, I see my future is shiny and big, but it didn't have kind of a substance around it. And when you think of the Disney logo and that the introduction, it's this golden mass in the distance that becomes clearer and with greater clarity as we move towards it. And that's what it may be for you. It may not be, Madonna said world domination. Oprah said she wanted everyone to love her. And so, uh, Bill Gates said he wanted to have a computer in every home. Henry Ford said he wanted every family to be able to afford a vehicle. So what is it for you? We do know that as you walk through and you start thinking about creating a brand legacy, and that's what I always encourage our clients to do. Like, what are you creating? And who's going to be ultimately the beneficiary of it, both in terms of services you provide and ultimately, some type of succession plan as well. Having said that, I've developed 12 key aspects that underpin your personal brand legacy. And I move through phases. So we have level 1 or phase 1. That is really the plan, where we consider purpose planning and what is your promise. And then we move to phase 2, which is really about developing your expertise, considering your platform, your packaging, your preparation. Moving into phase 3, which is level 3, really positioning you as the authority, really walking in your power and your presence. And then phase 4, which is looking at you as the celebrity in your field and your performance, your partnerships, and obviously your profitability there as well. And I would say your philanthropy as well is much more greatly attached to that level as well. So the goal for the day: design your personal brand, deploy your personal brand expertise, and dominate your marketplace as the brand authority. You need to be thinking of a strategic plan, strategically and systematically design and build a professional profile that allows you to leverage a personal brand to become the recognized authority in your field and marketplace. You need to design your signature brand and have a brand yourself action plan and really brand yourself for profits from day one. A lot of people, when they're thinking of their brand, they're not thinking about necessarily the future of their organization, their future branding, becoming the authority. They're just going, well, I'm starting a business and I want to design my logo and my fonts and get a color palette happening. or, you know, I need to update my wardrobe or whatever the case may be. And it's so much more than that. You need to be thinking strategically from day one. Have a great plan in place. Ron Evans, one of my US clients, said this: if you desire to reach your, he said this, I had the good fortune to enroll in Rachel Quilty's program. I was really interested in improving the market share of my company. Rachel's JumptheQ program was not just a cookie cutter approach to business. To my surprise, I was challenged to look at my thoughts, actions holding me back from the success that I was capable of. Rachel is a great coach, both in personal and business, and overall business acumen and experience will help, even in areas that you didn't know that you needed help in. If you are on the fence about joining her JumptheQ program, just do it. I'm still benefiting from taking her course. Thank you, Rachel, for helping me with my goals. Great success story. And, you know, it talks to getting advice, like you thinking about getting a coach or a mentor, getting some expert advice. One of my colleagues, Deborah Thompson-Radel, said this, Three Doors Media: when it comes to branding and creating a celebrity image, there's no better expert on the subject than Rachel Quilty of JumptheQ. Rachel's professionalism, quality, and attention to detail is exemplary. She not only walks the talk, but gets the results for her clients and students worldwide. In terms of brand recognition, it's my pleasure to recommend her to you if you're looking to go to the next level with your personal brand to achieve greater success. So I've worked quite closely with Deborah and did some training with her clients around how you brand your book to make sure that it's really packaged well from day one. And a great illustration of that is, you know, the Rich Dad, Poor Dad, the comparison between his first book and then the second book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Sometimes you need a fresh perception. And Julian Emmett, she's an Australian actress. She was in the US filming Suing the Devil. She said this: hi, Rachel, unique point of view, refreshing food for thought. And so, you know, I was speaking to Jillian, and we were talking about how to position her as an actress and how to ensure that those unique qualities around her skill set were able to distinguish her and separate her. And what was ironic, while I was in the US, in Vermont, I'm watching there was a lot of media around the creation of this movie, Suing the Devil. And so I'm watching this. And then later back in Australia, I'm getting a call from Gillian to talk around her branding. We know that we need to strategically refine our strategic plans. Many people will have a personal brand or, a strategic plan and won't revisit it. You need to revisit it. And I often talk about, you know, you have a strategic goal for this level. If you've been paying attention to our trainings, we do a 15-minute live training every day, and we've been walking through the 30-day strategic plan. And we go from phase 1, brand yourself, action plan, the action steps within it. Phase 2, brand yourself, the expert, the action steps within that. Phase 3, brand yourself, the authority, the action steps within that. And we're walking through, we're kind of talking about each of these action steps in this 30-day strategic plan, because it's important that you revisit it. So, you know, why I'm saying revisit is because we move from one level to the next level. So we don't just have one plan for the duration of whatever. We are really going, this is a strategic goal here. Once we've addressed that and moved, we can move on to our next strategic goal. We move up to level 2. Once we've got that in place, we can move to the next strategic goal. So it's about revisiting and refining our strategic plan as we move forward. And that, you know, I guess because I'm developing a management system, a step-by-step process, I'm actually conscious of which steps you need to be taking at what levels, because obviously I've been there. Deploy your personal brand strategically to facilitate joint venture opportunities to measurably improve your personal brand and brand equity and establish your field of expertise. Talked about strategically positioning yourself, and I mentioned that positioning your brand, personal branding, is so important that any business owner's success, and the person you want to interview is the authority. When we're talking about, I'm talking about Scott saying and tagging me as the authority. Why did that come about? Like I said previously, it came about because I was moving away from what was typically understood as personal branding. While other people were talking about personal image, their professional image, their celebrity stylists, I was moving the field into thinking about the business, the back end of the brand empire, and what was happening behind the scenes as these kind of iconic personal brands were being developed. What were they doing? Yes, we were seeing them, we were seeing what they might have, their behavior, or we might have seen what they were wearing, or, you know, who was styling them. But what was happening? What were they creating? And that was what I was looking at. And that's what I was training people, talking to people about. How do you create this brand empire? How do you establish your own authority? And, you know, I became tagged as the authority in personal branding because I had been moving the thinking around it away from just your personal image or professional image to what the business end and business angle of building your brand was all about. So you need to likewise find your authority. You need to have, you know, we talk about the secret to success. It really is about having a plan to have that success. And so we talk about designing your brand. So we've talked at the goal of today's session is to talk about designing your brand, deploying your brand expertise, and then dominating your field as the expert. So you need to have an action plan that is all about designing your brand. And one of the things that I'm going to walk through the action steps so that you can take some notes and just clearly understand what those action steps are, because this is really about designing your brand. If you're a startup, maybe you've plateaued, maybe you're not at number one. You're, you know, down the supply line, maybe you're down the food chain a little, and you want to get to number one, or, you know, it's some of those higher positions. It's important that you have a plan and start to think more strategically. So let's walk through these action steps. Action step number one, discover your existing personal brand. You need to have a very clear understanding of your existing branding, what your existing reputation is, your existing brand equity. You need to be able to identify the customer touch points where your existing brand connects with your customer and client, and understand clearly what message is being conveyed about your brand at those points. It also gives you an opportunity to remove any negative impactors from your brand at that point. Action step number two, determine your target audience. So important that you clearly understand it. And, you know, to some extent, it's also about not just understanding who is your target audience, but being very selective about who your prospects are. You know, choose the best prospects. Who would be the most successful people to take advantage of your expertise? Who can leverage your expertise to develop something great in their own lives? I mean, you may be a solution, but you also may be an aspiration for somebody as well. I'm just going to take a sip of water. Action step number three, define your true personal brand. Oh, sorry. Let me talk about action step number two, determine your target audience. Like I said, consider who is your best prospect. Consider the demographic, consider what their preferences are in communication, what their buying strategies are. We do a really deep dive beyond anything that I've seen elsewhere when we start to think about our target audience. And not only are we just focused on our target audience, we're thinking like really about how we create a brand, design our brand that is attractive and appealing to that demographic, and really connects with them at a very deep level. Action step number three, define your true personal brand. And that is all about really getting clear on your own values, what you stand for. And as we do this kind of introspective search around your brand, all this stuff starts to be excavated, and we start to see very clear themes and imagery and symbolism that really means something to you. And it's really about designing your true personal brand. Action step number 4, design your unique personal brand. And we really start to nut out what is your area of uniqueness, because often we talk about branding, and our clients and our target audience initially is very, very wide. Most people go, oh, well, I want to market to everyone. And yet when we really get clear about designing our unique personal brand, it becomes clearer to us that we are meant to, there are, no, I wouldn't say limited, but there is, aspects of your target audience that you really will connect with. And you're designing a unique brand. You're looking at the colors that will appeal to them. You're looking at design elements. You're looking at your brand awareness beyond that. So all I can say is, like, we talk about it in 15 minutes each day, but really it's over 2-hour training. And we do a really deep dive into how we design that unique aspect of our brand. So we will look at fonts, and we'll look at white space. We'll look at iconography. We'll look at other elements. We also look at, what are those values that are important to you? So what's important to you, and what are the visuals that come up around that? What are the themes? So you'll see throughout my branding, or JumptheQ's branding, that we talk about action plans. We talk about we have very tactical language, strategic planning, action plans, action steps, tactical action steps. And so we have, and also you'll see we use language very strongly. Brand yourself for success, brand yourself for profits, brand yourself the expert, brand yourself the authority, brand yourself action plan, brand yourself strategic plan. But then we look at our languages, and we look at, so for example, you see the theme of today's presentation: design your brand, deploy your brand expertise, dominate your brand as the authority. And so our action steps often they all start with a D. And we have action steps in each of our training programs, action plans, and we have those 10 action steps in each of them. So jump forward. Action step number 5, dominate your marketplace as the authority. We do a deep dive into the strategic principles of positioning your brand as the authority, but we look at it so much more than just those principles. Action step number 6 is developing your brand signature style. And we know that a brand is more influential when it has a definable style. And Coco Chanel talked about the fact that if a woman is, it's a nice quote, and there's a lot of psychology behind it, that if a woman is well dressed, we'll notice she says impeccably dressed. If a woman is impeccably dressed, we'll notice a woman. And what that is about is that we actually remove distractions. Often we talk about being memorable, and people often would talk about not wearing the same clothing, or whereas I will talk about you having a strategic uniform look that makes you more memorable. It means it removes from people's awareness what you're wearing, and so they can just focus in on what you're talking about. It removes decision fatigue. Recently we saw President Zelensky from Ukraine, very strategically decide, this is my uniform, and this is the look that I'm going for. And it was really, it's decision fatigue. It's about making sure you're comfortable, and it's about, removing style and image away from the true issue at hand, which is, what it is. Likewise with everyone else, let's have a uniform look. There's a lot of psychology, great psychology in a uniform look. And we see that in our forces and our emergency services. And there's a really important, lot of important psychology around having that uniform look. So I talk about a signature style, and we know the trappings of wealth will lend you more authority. So we need to have personal branding. I call them markers or statement pieces that really capture people's attention and makes them go, just psychologically we're influencing them a little bit. Action step number 7, decide your desired outcomes, resources, and skill set. This is really looking at what outcome you want to achieve, what resources, what skill set you need to have to actually achieve that outcome. Often people will say, well, this is my goal, but they don't actually think about, well, I'm going to need to do presentation skills. I'm going to have to do interview techniques. I'm going to have time to write a book. I'm going to have time to learn how to develop a press release or a news release, whatever the case may be. So it's really about deciding what you want to achieve, what those milestones are, and how you're going to achieve it. It's also asking that question about what if you do achieve that goal? What are the opportunities that are going to be presented to you that you will then need to be well prepared for? So if my voice is sounding like I'm a little bit tired, I'm sorry. It's just my voice. It's not that I'm tired. My energy is still good, but my voice may not be supporting me today. Who knows what it's going to be like by the end of the day? But anyway, we'll be fine. So we're looking at that desired outcome, and we're looking at what happens when we do get to a point where we've reach that goal. What opportunities will come as a result? How can we be prepared for them? What do we need to do to ensure that we can activate the next level? And that's why we talk about action plans and moving into the next phase of the expert. What do we need to do to package our expertise? What do we need to do to position our brand for authority? Action step number 8, we talk about devising your personal brand marketing plan. And we do need to have a marketing plan. However, I guess because I am always intrigued and always researching, I go far beyond a normal marketing plan. So we talk about the marketing mix and the full marketing mix. I talk about the branding blend, which adds this extra dimension and layer to it, which is really around positioning your brand, preparation, both pre and post you're achieving this certain outcome. Being very strategic about the platforms that you decide to use. Action step number 9, deploying your brand message. It really is about the crafting of the message, thinking about, yes, the vehicles, yes, the communication channels, but looking at customer buying strategies, looking at what are those psychological triggers, what are the points that will influence your clients, and making sure that you have those type of social proof, positioning yourself as the authority, making sure that you can tick the boxes and make sure that your brand communication and your brand message is not just consistent with your branding and likely to connect well with your customers, but it's ticking all the boxes as well as you go through it. Action step number 10, deliver your personal brand promise. We talk about so much more than just merely a promise. It's looking at this return on investment, looking at what makes people, like, how can you consider your brand promise? How do you know you've satisfied your customers? How do you know you've been successful in delivering your brand promise? And it is really one of those action steps which has a lot of review in it, but it also has a lot of making sure you have a dashboard that connects with, are you delivering? Are you achieving results? And making sure that you're having measurable metrics. And, it might be turnover, it might be your brand equity from a financial sense, it might be your reach, it might be your friends, it might be the ability to influence others, it might be, you can see there's a lot going into this. Turnover, customer satisfaction, doing customer surveys, making sure you touch base. It's also about correcting your mistakes, managing your mistakes, and ensuring that whatever your promise is, right back in action step 1, when you were thinking about your brand and what your brand promise was or is, that you're on track with that. And look, every successful business has to do this. They have to go back and think, have we been able to achieve customer satisfaction? And it's interesting because, I will talk about Amazon just quickly here. Their mission statement, one of their, I don't know if it's strategic vision, talks about being client-centric, and that is their goal, to be completely client-centric. And yet there was a really large customer dissatisfaction with some of their authors and sellers, and they actually went in and improved their system to support those people, which is, here we are, all this time later, they're in a $1 trillion turnover. Their turnover is larger than some countries, and they are still working on customer satisfaction, still working on delivering their brand promise to be client-centric. Isn't that brilliant? That is great marketing right there. That is making sure that the people that are supporting their platform, that rely on their platform, who are their platform partners, are being supported, and that Amazon is supporting its own branding as a result of that. And so then we move into our next level, beyond our action plan. We talk about moving on to level 2. And so this is all about packaging your expertise. We talk about brand yourself the expert, deploying your brand expertise. You'll need to have an action plan around that. So I'm going to walk through the 10 action steps. For the next 15 minutes, I'm going to walk through quite a few action steps. So if you're taking notes, write quickly, because I'll be walking through them fairly quickly. Brand yourself the expert. We look at the action plan, we look at the action steps within that. And action step number 1 is discover your strategic brand leadership. We look at how you might go about distinguishing your brand, what makes you unique, what is your area of brand leadership that you can really focus in on. It's that micro niche, if you will. Action step number 2, determine your strategic brand leadership plan. It's really about creating this type of plan, having a strategic plan where you're actually defining and creating a milestone where you're achieving a certain result for your brand leadership. Again, it's about being intentional. It's about not allowing other people to define your personal brand, define your or not capture your potential. And it's all about human potential development, really, and making sure that your own potential is developed sufficiently. And that's why I love training. That's why I love pushing myself and challenging myself, because it's all about building our expertise, building our field of expertise as well, strategically positioning our brand. Action step number 3, define your strategic brand leadership product. So I often talk about positioning tools. Might be writing a book. It might be making sure that you have your keynote presentation ready. It may be making sure that your training program is, you're starting to work on your training program, or you haven't got something and you need to think, well, what is the product that I'm creating that's going to reveal my brand expertise the best? Often it is a keynote talk. It's the interview that you might give. It might be the book that you develop or the report that you write. Brand yourself. Action step number 4, dominate with your strategic brand leadership journey. This is about understanding your client's brand journey, understanding what journey you would like to take them on, understanding how you can create a unique brand journey for them, and making sure that it's distinguishing your brand leadership from other people's as well. Are you doing something very different? From my perspective, branding, I do something, this is so much different, so much it's a very unique way of looking at branding, because we do it in a very strategic way. It's very systematic. We're looking at a lot of things. It's not let's just throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. This is really well considered. We're developing a brand that's going to last forever. And when you think of those iconic brands that have been developed, the Coca-Colas, the Amazons, Apple, beyond you would not believe the level of or the degree of design that went into a lot of these things. It's incredible when you start thinking about it or when you start learning about it. So these things are not ad hoc. Maybe the idea initially was, but it's one of those things, the development of the branding, it is really well considered. And we like to investigate how the, iconic brands are doing what they're doing. And I think it's important that you understand your client's journey to be able to nurture them as well as connect with and engage with them in a really well-considered way. Action step number 5, design your strategic brand leadership content. The way you do things is going to be very different to how others might do it. And it's really about making sure that you design that and you create that brand leadership content. How are you going to go about it? We talk about that quite fully. Action step number 6, develop your strategic brand leadership voice. So how are you going to resonate with your clients and with the nurturing your prospects and moving your clients through your brand journey or through a structured sales funnel or through your business model, however that may be, making sure that the voice that you're talking to with, resonates with people. And, from my perspective, obviously I'm talking to people that really do like to talk about plans and being strategic and positioning their brands. It enables creativity because it has a level of, it creates some order from chaos, if you understand some of the theory behind that. And, so we really clear a space so we can be ultimately creative because we are controlling the chaos. We're interesting, isn't it? So the voice that we use is very important. Action step number 7, devise your strategic IP and copyright. Clearly, you're developing your own systems. You have a unique way of doing things, and you need to ensure that you're protecting your intellectual property, your copyright, your patenting, anything that you're designing beyond that. And so we talk about some of those things that you need to be doing, trademarking. So, I've just paid my US attorneys for my continuance of my US trademark. Action step number 8, decide your strategic brand leadership model. So we're looking at business models and which one is most effective for delivering and revealing your expertise. Action step number 9, deploy your strategic brand leadership series. So we're talking initially about creating a product, but what goes beyond the product and what goes beyond this initial talk or this initial interview or this initial report? What is the series? What is this brand empire that you're going to create? And then action step number 10, develop your strategic communication plan. So this is really something that it's simple, but it's sophisticated insofar as ensuring that you have sufficient brand awareness around your brand and your field of expertise to ensure that you're going to the top of mind in your clients and in your community. So you become the go-to person, you become the mini celebrity in your field because people understand. And one of the stats that I didn't put up initially, but I will touch on it throughout the day, is the idea is that there is a direct correlation between brand name awareness and market share. So your brand name awareness equals market share. The greater your brand name awareness, the greater your market share. Hence why some of the biggest companies in the world actually advertise and spend a lot of money on advertising, is because they actually know that research reveals there is that direct correlation. And so that's what we might think about with our competitors, like they're flooding the market. They may not be the best person or the best company. They may not have the same level or expertise as you do, and yet they have the number 1 position or number 2 position. What is that about? It's not about their expertise. It's about the brand name awareness. So that's something that we really start to tackle at action step number 10, because we've crafted our message, we understand our client journey, we understand what we're trying to achieve with our products and with our brand series or our brand empire. I mentioned Deborah Thompson-Radel earlier, mentioning how you really do need to get some expert advice. Ask people that have actually developed the system, walked through the system. I mean, I spent 10 years in consultations with clients and then sat down and developed a system, because I really wanted to make sure that what I was finding is that I had to walk backwards. I had to actually educate everyone about certain elements before we could move into an action step or into a certain area. And for example, we talked about professional image and developing your own unique look and style, because we know definable style gives you greater level of influence. However, people didn't understand why they were trying to achieve that, or, what colors were most important. How were they supporting their business branding from what they were wearing? And, so it's really important sometimes that you take a step backwards and you understand why you're selecting those colors, why it's embedding your brand messaging and making sure that you get some advice around that. So that was why I took time out to actually, one, consolidate all my consultations into an action plan, creating that step-by-step system, as well as making sure that I was sufficiently researched around each of those areas that I could understand what my clients needed. And to some extent, because I've done so much training over and above that research, I can layer that information that I've gained. And many people will talk about the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars they've spent on training. Likewise, I have. And the difference, I guess, is that I actually implemented my training. A lot of people spend money on training programs and they don't put it in place. One of the things that most people know about me is that when I pay for something, I want to get a return on it. And so I actually implement that training. And so it's one of those things where I've been able to achieve certain results for myself, but I've also been able to share a lot of that knowledge, in a respectful way, to be able to assist my own clients and ensure that the advice I'm giving them is, to that higher degree. And so Deborah said this about me. She just said, Rachel not only walks her talk, but gets results for her clients and her students worldwide in terms of brand recognition. And so it's her pleasure to recommend me to you if you're looking to go to the next level with your personal brand to achieve greater success. And so she was recognizing that beyond this initial brand concept, there was such a depth and degree of strategic planning that was going into what you wanted to achieve. And she was, recognizing that expertise in myself. So we've cleared brand yourself the expert. So we're looking at that action plan. Now we're deploying our brand expertise. Now we're moving to level 3, where we're talking about positioning our brand, dominate your field of expertise as the authority brand. And you do need to have an action plan around that. And we've developed an action plan. I'm going to walk through those action steps over the next few minutes. Action step number 1, dominate your field with a brand authority plan. So have an action plan in place. You can't achieve this kind of level of outcome or success without having an action plan or strategic plan. Action step number 2, determine your brand authority platform. That is where you actually decide how you're going to reveal or express your potential and your expertise in the most effective way. What is going to reveal your expertise and highlight your skills and knowledge in the best manner? Action step number 3, define your brand authority presence. So we're looking at what's that theme, what's that very special ingredient about you, or, that's being expressed or revealed that can start to really build a presence that stands out from your competitors. And I liken it to, Princess Diana or Diana Prince. We have military intelligence, and then we have Wonder Woman here. How do we define that presence? How do we go from, what is that transition that we're going to walk through? What do we need to do to become this bold personal brand without being extroverted? Potentially you could be extroverted, but we're not talking about being extroverted. We're talking about how we create a presence that stands out. It may be visual, it may be what your platform is, whatever the case is. It starts to reveal itself around that case. Action step number 4, discover your brand authority, premium pricing. So we're looking at people say, what? We've only just got to pricing here. We are really looking at how we look at brand equity and premium price yourself, and looking at how we go about building our brand equity in a much more structured and systematic way. Action step number 5, design your brand authority packaging. So we're looking at, to some degree, we're looking at your package beyond your brand, how you package it, how you create a series, how you merchandise yourself. If you're not creating merchandise for your brand, you may be, not supporting your brand fully. And it's kind of a very interesting way of looking at how you can create this brand empire, brand series, and that as well. Action step number 6, develop your brand authority purpose. So it's really getting clear about what your purpose is. And it's a little bit of a revisit, because we look at purpose from your brand's perspective, personal brand's perspective, in action step, way back in the first action plan. But right now we start to get really fully immersed in our purpose, and we really understand our area of expertise, where our authority stands, and we really stand in our purpose there. Action step number 7, devise your brand authority partnerships, looking at how you can leverage others, promotions, JV opportunities, various platforms, various ways to actually promote and leverage your brand. So I talk about your promoters, your publishers, platforms like Amazon, a whole host of things, angel investors, VCs, etc. Action step number 8, decide your brand authority performance. So we're starting to get really clear about what is the expectation around our brand and its deliverabilities and its performance. And it's also a checking in process. Are we performing? And do we need to start really looking at improving performance, improving our systems, making sure that we're putting in place templates and scripts, and that we're becoming very systematic in being able to respond. So we're looking at our responsiveness, we're looking at performance, and we're looking at those incremental improvements in our brand, the Japanese Keynesian style of improving your productivity. So it's kind of like a holistic look at it, from employee to CEO, how we can improve our performance. And it's a really interesting action step. So action step number 9, deploy your brand authority power. So looking at, I love this action step. So looking at where you are most powerful, and I'm not going to go into it because we know what authority and power and leadership is. And it really is about recognizing your area of influence, recognizing that aspect of power that comes with it. We talk about having great responsibility. Having great power comes with great responsibilities. And we need to make sure that often, even as we're given the power, that we're being respectful with it, and that we start to look at sustainable branding from the social justice, like our economics, ethical sense. And so we look at power as a holistic process. Action step number 10, deliver your brand authority promise, revisiting our promise. I often talk about this being what your area of passion, and really making sure that you're absolutely passionate about where you're sitting here and fulfilling your clients, the promise that you make to clients. And we need to make sure that ultimately this is really passion driven to the degree it's literally an obsession. And if that's not where it's at, then you need to kind of tweak it so that it is where you need to be going. And the next step beyond action step number 10 is really looking at branding yourself the celebrity, looking at becoming the mini celebrity, making sure that you have all that packaging, your JVs and promotional opportunities supported, that there's a level of preparation around them. And so we often do show reels, and we create short films and interviews and different things like that for our clients at that level. But we're not going to be talking about that because it really is beyond what we want to achieve today. So if you have any questions, I encourage you to drop them into chat, or even better, send them via email to me. You've received an invitation, so make sure that you grab the email off that. Drop those comments into me so that I can follow up with them. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we're going to come back at 15:15, or it's just under 15 minutes. No, let's do 15 minutes. We'll come back at 18 past the hour, and don't miss the next session. This is the one that's the most important, I think, because of what I'm going to talk about. Lots of people are doing lots of wrong things with their branding, and so I really want to make sure that you're not one of them, and that anything that's a negative impact on your brand currently, that you can address it immediately. Put in some quick wins with some success strategies with your branding. So with that, I'm going to pause our screen, and you'll see the clock come up, and then I'll be back in 15 minutes, and I hope you'll join me then. Look forward to it. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Let's get into this next session. So let me know if there's any issues with recordings or sound. So what we're looking at, we've just completed part one. Why is personal branding so important? And I hope you had a great break, because we're going to dive back into part two now. And we're going to look at or discover the 5 deadly mistakes made in personal branding. And to be honest, there's so many more, but I'm going to touch on, the principal 5, and then we're going to have a break, and then we'll come back and we'll do part 3, looking at 5 vital success strategies to help build your personal brand, as well as part 4, how to design your personal brand to dominate your market. So in part 1, we kind of touched on some of the issues that we're going to be talking about. Like I guess I introduced the topic, and then we'll go into a little bit more detail after lunch with some of those. So we do a check-in process in all of our trainings. And so the question is, what did you learn? What did you discover, from part one? Was there something that really stood out for you? Make sure that you note that. Make sure that if there's an action step that you want to take, or there's a tactical action that you think is really relevant and important, make sure that you document that, because we always, part of our action plans always look at those taking the next step. We call it execution or implementation. So we want you to make sure that you capture that note and move forward there. So let's walk through this. Oops. Part. So we're looking at death by don'ts. We're looking at deadly personal branding mistakes. And these are some of the most common mistakes that I see. And I really think it's important that you attempt to avoid these common mistakes. So a lot of people think it's too late. They've maybe reached a certain age and they're thinking, well, it's all too late. And let me just talk to the common mistakes, and then I'm going to walk through some of the case studies and illustrations that might make you reconsider if these are some of the issues that you're thinking about as you're considering your own personal brand. So often people will say it's too late, or insufficient time, or whatever the case may be. Failure to strategically design the ideal personal brand. That is something where failing to strategically design your personal brand is probably the most neglectful thing that you can do, because it really means that you're beholden to others to define your personal brand. So this is really about you being very clear in defining and distinguishing your brand. Failing to intentionally position your brand. I made the comment earlier, sometimes people are making, decisions. Oh, look, I'm starting a new business. This is where I'm heading. I'm going to be resigning, or I'm going to be retiring, or I really want to go into coaching, mentoring, developing my own training programs. And that's it. They don't think, well, how do I position myself as the expert, or how do I position myself as the authority? And then we have this whole idea that personal branding somehow is related to your looks, or even your abilities or your connections. And so I want to talk to that. Even your talent is interesting, because when we think of some of the largest brands in the world, they're not necessarily the most talented when we consider personal branding. The other thing that people often do is they assume that personal branding is expensive, or that it requires a lot of advertising to develop your personal brand. The other things that are, I guess they're the top five, and these are the next five that I often see. And lack of planning is one of them. Moving to the how-to. If you're familiar with this is why I go through the 5 W's and the 1 H before I get to the 1 H. It's a learning modality, it's a communication modality, it's a teaching modality, which I rely on. And it's really important that we do plan, we do our preparation. However, we don't move into the how to too quickly until we actually have bedded down all these other ideas and thoughts. That's why when we talk about the action plan, I mean, we're looking at your platforms and your channels and your products and your series. If you launch prematurely without having considered the longevity and the sustainability of your brand, you can miss a mark sometimes. And so we often see this. And I do say this because often I've got clients who have reached a plateau, or they're boutique organizations and their branding is aged them, or it's not reflecting how much potential or expertise they really do have. And so you might have this, somebody that's been in the industry for 2 minutes, it's got a great design, personal brand, they're outgoing, and suddenly they're number one spot. So how do you compete with that? Then we have others that resist the change because of the limited thinking. It's one of those things where we really want to think about how we can be comfortable with being uncomfortable, because personal branding is one of the best business tools ever devised, one of the best professional development tools ever devised, because it is constantly challenging you to review your personal brand, to review your performance, reconsider your promises. And so if you have this underpinning resistance to change, you're going to really struggle. However, this is the idea that we do it incrementally, that we do it systematically. It allows you not to be overwhelmed with this kind of information and these needs. You actually are doing it as you need it. And you're preparing for those ultimate goals. So the other thing that I often see is people saying, I'm not extroverted, I'm not a self-promoter, I'm not into all this salesy stuff. And one of the things that I do know is that communication is the response you get. And it's also something that you can quietly achieve without being an extrovert or being a self-promoter. Doesn't require a tsunami of selfies, as I say. And so I'll talk to that. Underestimate how powerful your personal image is. It's really interesting because sometimes when people are focused on their business and their brand, they're not necessarily considering their own personal image and how it's attached to it. And, sometimes that can undermine your personal brand as well. You don't have to have the other thing is that they don't have a message or a purpose. And what I do know is that when you start excavating your personal branding and working on your personal brand and where you're headed for the future, that inevitably your message and your purpose, it surfaces, and we can excavate that as part of our branding. So one of my good friends, who is Pina Forenza, she's a designer, fashion wedding dress designer. And so here she is, her late 60s, and she's invited by Mercedes-Benz Fashion Festival to develop a line of gowns to go into the parade. And so this is one of those things where you're never too old. And what I will say is that the research tells us that you are the most impactful in your 60s, 70s, and then your 50s. So you're more impactful in the later years of your life than you are in the beginning years. And so many people will think, well, during your 30s and the 40s, you're focused on career, you focus on building your business, and yet you are more impactful and you have more influence during your 60s and then your 70s and then your 50s, then lower ages. So it's never too late to start focusing on your personal brand and recognizing that you do have a brand message that's very, very important. And we talk about your life experiences being aligned to brand purpose and your brand mission. And so, if you feel that absence of meaningfulness and purpose in your life, then it's really important that you start looking at your personal brand and where you're headed. Because what we do know is that it is one of those incredibly great business development tools and professional development tools, personal development, because you are being challenged so much. So Pina, some of you may know her. Her image and this image that's on the screen was plastered all over Queensland media when she did this, and her gowns were incredible. I was there for the parade, and it was incredible to see somebody so much talent create something that was so unusual and outside of her normal field of expertise, which was wedding dress designing. So I talked about being strategic about your brand design, and often people allow others to direct and control their brand without developing a brief around their branding. This is such an important aspect of your brand. And so during our Brand Yourself action plan, we walk through those action steps to really get a really solid understanding of what you're strategically wanting to achieve with your brand, and what are some of the values, what's important to you, what your brand stands for, how you communicate and connect that with your clients. And like I said earlier, my branding took about 2 years to develop. So I was working part-time or consulting part-time before I launched JumptheQ. And so I launched, basically 2 years, launched it 1 July 2002. I ran my first public seminar or workshop on personal branding July 4th, 2003. So the idea is creating a brand that is going to be recognizable, sustainable, capture and appeal to your clients. Being very strategic about it from day one is very, very important. And does it have sustainability? Is it a kind of fad or a trend, or does it have some kind of longevity to it? So when you look at iconic brands like Coca-Cola, Nike, Amazon, the rest, there's a lot of research that's gone into strategically designing that brand to make sure that it is going to be applicable, pliable, and connect with their audience over a period of time. So you can see here we have the similar branding, and we change out the image, and we change out obviously the title and the tagline of our products, but you'll see the image changes. So you'll see the roll of money, you'll see the name your price, you'll see the pea pod, you'll see the chess set, you'll see the sheriff's badge. You'll see something different if we use a concept image, which is, we know that an image or a picture says 1,000 words. And so often we know, like I know that I can tell you something about Brand Yourself, the book, from this pea pod and this single pea that's rolled out of the pea pod. That tells you so much more about the contents of the book than, this long title and byline. One of the things that is really relevant, and we are talking about it consistently over the day's training, is this strategic positioning. We'll look at the principles a little later. One of the things that I did is I talk about the importance of the title author and how it changes your perception of yourself. So important that not only does it influence other people, it influences your own mindset around your expertise. And so for the first time I was called an author, and it was quite like, even though I'd written articles, I'd developed guidebooks, I'd written management systems, I had never really applied the label of author to myself until I contributed to this book as a contributing author. So this is what Robin Henderson, some of you may know Robin Henderson. She is recognized as literally a networking queen, and she pioneered a lot of the internet marketing and informational products that we see. One of the first people I ever saw actually create a book the way that she did. So Rachel Quilty was a contributing author to the book How to Run a Successful Business from Home and Stay Sane. Rachel's chapter on better image, better bottom line was filled with very helpful tips and strategies on capturing a greater market, building presence, and ensuring long-term business success. Rachel can certainly help you control your bottom line and contribute greatly to the overall success and contributed greatly to the overall success of the book. Rachel's ideas are practical, achievable, and grounded. And so I was talking about using a uniform look, among other things, designing your personal brand, but having the uniform look that if you're going to work from home, put on your uniform, make sure that you're productive. There's a lot of positive psychology that goes with it. Robin comments about my contribution to the book because it was launched in Sydney and we were able to get a lot of media presence. We had Koshi's Business Builders, Pinstripe Media were there. And so a lot of the contributing authors got to connect with media, interviews, etc. So we were able, largely I was able to develop a lot of PR for the launch of it because we were operating out of Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane as well. So what is really important here is, some of these authors are, globally recognized as experts in their field. This is an opportunity to label yourself and title yourself as an author, to strategically position yourself. One of the most powerful positioning tools is to become an author. And moving forward, I talked about one of the problems that people think is that they have to be this incredible talent. They have to have a high level of professional development. They have to be the most, the most capable in their field. And yet, we have this image, and if you're watching online, you'll see that we have Meryl Streep, and then we have Kim Kardashian. And what I will say is, some people have a remarkable talent like Meryl Streep. I couldn't remember her name last time I did this presentation. And become renowned for that. What we often forget, and why I do include Kim Kardashian in this image here in this commentary, is because often people have a context and an environment and exposure to business and systems and environments like entertainment, business, show business, legal situations that other people don't have. And we fail sometimes to recognize the importance of that context and that intelligence when it comes to revealing our talent. And so Kim started with looking at a clothing line, and I think it was a children's clothing line, Anyway, it was a clothing line initially before her brand exploded with the Kardashian family as well. Interestingly enough, when I was in the US, it was incredible to be immersed in the Kardashians because they literally had overwhelmed and saturated the marketplace. It was really quite interesting from a marketing perspective to see how they did that. And so I want to point out to you that you don't have to necessarily have this outrageous, remarkable talent that's clearly front and center. It can sometimes be that the person that you are, the contact, the connector, the communicator, the nurturer, the one that comes with the context that isn't necessarily visible at the time. And so and sometimes we have a history, a career background that lends itself to your existing positioning, yet you wouldn't necessarily talk about it. So, for example, I talk about my industrial relations advocacy, but I've done training in lots of other things, and I've qualified in a lot of other areas, which all lends itself to this branding positioning, but it's not something that I necessarily talk about all the time because it's not important. It's just getting on with the job of branding and recognizing that I have a lot to contribute in this field. Likewise, I think it's a really important concept to consider. The other thing that's really important is, and we hear it more so in the US, is around your background. And sometimes we can come from a background that isn't necessarily able to facilitate this incredible financial support of building personal brands and building brand empires. And yet it doesn't prevent people from becoming experts in their field, to establishing their authority. Hilary Swank, in the US, she came from a trailer, her family, and she grew up in a trailer. And, people talk about being trailer trash. And yet here's this woman that becomes this incredible actress, Oscar winning. And beyond that, her philanthropic connections and what she's contributing is quite remarkable. And yet we sometimes can discount people because of their backgrounds. And what I will say is that personal branding is the opportunity it's a level up, because if you are an expert in your field, it doesn't matter what your background is. That's not going to negate you from building a personal brand and establishing your expertise and positioning yourself as the authority. And I love the thing that Hilary Swank talks about. She says one of her favorite books was Dr. Seuss, the Places You'll Go. And she says it was her favorite book. And she said the part that she loved the most was, you have brains in your head, you have feet in your shoes, you can steer yourself any direction you choose. And so isn't that a great life philosophy, that you really can choose or steer yourself in the direction you choose, irrespective of your background? And one of those other deadly mistakes that people make is saying, well, I'm not necessarily good looking, I'm not necessarily the best, visual personal image to be the figurehead for this brand. And yet we have Angelina Jolie on one hand, one of the most beautiful, recognized as one of the most beautiful women in the world. And then we have Donald Trump, who, you know, his hair is still causing a lot of angst for people. And we had The Apprentice, we had the Trump Towers. You know, I was in Honolulu when Trump Towers at, I was at Waikiki on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. And the Trump Towers there, we went for a walk through the towers. They went on sale. 45 minutes later, they were sold out. And so it was incredible to have that experience of seeing the towers and how quickly they sold because of the Trump brand and you know, the reputation for excellence. So do you have to be good looking to build an incredible, powerful personal brand? Absolutely not. You can really come from both sides of the equation on that one. And the other thing that I like to think about or encourage people to move out of this idea that you have to be front and center, that you have to be in the spotlight to build your personal brand. You don't have to be in the public eye. And Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook is a perfect example of that. You know, here's a person that's creating this incredibly powerful platform. The numbers that are participating in that platform are incredible. And even though in the West we might not be you know, it might have plateaued a little bit in our interest. In other countries, it's still gaining momentum and building numbers there. So, you know, it's one of those platforms that is, you know, going global. And it wasn't until it was incredibly successful and we started to, you know, want to know the opinion of from Mark Zuckerberg around business acumen and business planning, etc., and his plans for Facebook and you know, the announcements that came from it, that we actually saw him in the public eye. Beyond that, he was, you know, in the engine room, designing, directing, developing, redirecting, re-engineering, those type of things, as opposed to Kim Kardashian. And I'm talking about Kim Kardashian because she is a great illustration and everyone knows her and her family. And what we have is a family and Kim Kardashian that made a very conscious decision to be very much in the public eye around her personal brand. And, you know, to the degree that we actually go into their, you know, the family home and keeping up with the Kardashians and, you know, we're privy to a lot of things that may or may not happen in their lives. And let's face it, I mean, there's a lot that is orchestrated, but there's a lot and all potentially manufactured, but there's a lot that also isn't. And it's we know from the daily drama of it that you know, we're getting that's an incredibly interesting perspective to allow people into your home, into your life to that degree. And we have to consider that as part of our personal branding. Do you have to be in the public eye? Absolutely not. You can be creating a powerful presence on social media, on various platforms, never be seen. In actual fact, some of the most wealthiest people, particularly in Australia, because I've met them or I know them in e-commerce platforms, you would never notice, you would never know them, you will never see them, you would, even if you saw them, even if you spoke to them, you would never know that they were extremely wealthy people, that they have generated millions of dollars. And so because they're not in the public eye, and yet their products are. Then we have this question around, do we have to be well behaved? Do we have to be good people? Do we have to be, you know, perfectly polished? Do we have to have this, you know, this perfect image? And the answer is no. You don't have to be well behaved. You don't have to have a perfect image. You know, I have an image here of Sandra Bullock, but it could be somebody like Julia Roberts, where, you know, we kind of recognize that girl next door, the good girl, Reese Witherspoon, and Jennifer Aniston. And then we have, on the flip side, we have Charlie Sheen. And do we have to be well behaved? Like his antics and other people. For example, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, he is one of those people that we would have put him on the well behaved, and yet we know that there is aspects of his life that, you know, wasn't consistent with the overall public the brand promise that we had expectations around. And so, do we have to be perfectly well behaved? The answer is no. And I think what's interesting when we think of somebody like Charlie Sheen, and I've I've written articles on Charlie Sheen branding lessons, is that I mean, he was able to leverage some of the misfortune and the problems that he had when he went off the tracks. And, you know, we see the train wreck, we see him being roasted and the image of the train in the background. We saw him use that imagery to then launch his next TV series. He was able to, in a very masterful move, I think, to actually extract himself from one contract, syndicate syndicate the 2.5 Men, and then launch a new series, becoming one of the wealthiest people in Hollywood as a result of that, because he was able to leverage his bad behavior. And so, you know, I encourage everyone to do that if you can, leverage your bad behavior as well as your good behavior. And we have seen people that have had misfortunes occur and they've been able to then, you know, build from it because they made a decision to. And I'm going to, in one of the positioning strategies, I'm going to talk about what happens when you fail to leverage a problem, how you can mismanage a mistake. So do you have to be somebody you're not? So we all know the late Ian Humphrey. Barry Humphrey, sorry, Dane Ebner Average. So we see his persona more often, and so, you know, he really, we didn't know Barry Humphries. We knew Dane Edna. On the flip side, do you have to be somebody you're not? We had somebody like Ellen come out and say, "This is who I am," and I'm very, you know, unapologetically going to be myself. If you're not happy with it, change channels. And you have this kind of scenario where you can be somebody you're not, or you can be truly authentic. Can you build a persona and a personal brand around that? Absolutely, absolutely. And there's plenty of brands that have built a brand using a persona, and often it's encouraged to have your avatar like understand that persona, and some people have actually built whole personas around that. So does it even have to be you, the natural person, or could it be a character? We talked about Captain America, talking about Wonder Woman. These are fictional characters that yet they've taken on a human quality. And we talk about how like, we talk about Wonder Woman as if she is somebody. We talk about Barbie as if she's somebody, and they've become iconic, and they've become somebody, you know, somebody very iconic in pop culture. And yet they're not real people. So do we have to be a real person? The answer is no, you don't have to be real. Do you have to be normal? I liken Julia Roberts, you know, she's done incredibly normal things as a woman. I'm going, oh my goodness, thank God somebody else did that. And then we had somebody like Lady Gaga when she first emerged, you know, very, very provocative with her publicity, and it was quite unnatural. It was quite real. It was quite you know, a manufactured brand, manufactured to create sensation, manufactured to create noise and buzz around her personal brand. And we've seen more recently her emergence as a more normal individual, and we see her as who she's more likely to be. But, you know, she will very openly talk about the fact that she felt that she needed to actually create these personas and this level of sensationalism around her brand to actually get attention. And I think it's interesting. So do you have to be normal? Absolutely not. Can you be outrageous? Absolutely. Do you have to have it all together? You know, some people think, well, I want to build my brand and it has to be strategically perfect. And the answer is no, it doesn't. I mean, I liken this to the image of Madonna and Britney Spears, and you see somebody that is really intense, very professional, high-level business acumen. Madonna, you know, when she went global with MDNA, when she did the Super Bowl halftime show, and she went #1 in over 100, I think it was like 168 or 138 countries. Her song dropped at #1 as it was as it was released. The micromanagement and the level of business acumen that went into marketing that single and her Super Bowl, like literally saturated the globe. Talk about world domination. And then we have Britney Spears, whose personal brand has been, I guess, undermined to some extent, but also built. And she has this incredible opportunity now to leverage what's occurred with her brand to be a spokesperson around not only mental health, but people that are put in roles of responsibility and what their responsibilities are. And so do you have to have it all together? Absolutely not. To be a great personal brand? No. And it's all about making sure that if something does happen, that you actually leverage that. Madonna's had wardrobe malfunctions. Britney's, had wardrobe malfunctions, and their brands have maybe initially suffered, but it gave them attention that they wouldn't have ordinarily received. So we talked about brand name awareness. Research has shown there's a direct correlation between a product's level of awareness and its market share. Even more fascinating is this fairly common perception that a better known product is a better product, whether it is or it isn't. So interesting. And we talked about people want to go, how do I get to number one? It's all about brand name awareness. It's about making sure there's a constant flow of positive information about your personal brand in the marketplace to ensure that you're top of mind, that you're the go-to, that you are, that you make other people obsolete. When we think about branding, often people say it's too expensive. You have to advertise. I can't spend money on marketing programs or on various platforms. I don't want to be verified. I don't want the blue check, whatever the case may be. So this is what I think is really a nice comment made by Trish Jenkins. She's the author of Dangerous Wealth, and a client. She was literally the first person to go through the Brand Yourself action plan. If you are serious about growing your business and want to make every dollar count, I recommend Rachel's services to you. The investment will save you thousands of dollars, stress, and time. It will, in fact, make you money by supporting a brand and sending exactly the message you intend it to. Some of those other common mistakes I talked about was not being adequately prepared for some of those opportunities that may arise, not thinking about what those opportunities what happens when you meet these milestones, you build a personal brand, and there's opportunities that come your way from promoters, from JV opportunities, other people. Really, it's about making sure, as we talked about in action step number 8, I think it was, looking at the outcome and what skills and resources you need to achieve that. And we talked about the what if, like what if you do achieve that outcome, or what happens if you don't? Like what are those type of preparation and planning activities that you need to put in place to ensure that you either leverage opportunities or you can kind of negate some of the problems that may arise. Planning and preparation, such an important thing. Can everyone do it? Absolutely. So failing to plan, failing to prepare is often a serious problem. I mean, I have had my own issues where I wasn't able to leverage an opportunity because I wasn't adequate. It wasn't that I wasn't prepared. It was that I possibly wasn't ready for the significance of that opportunity. Would I say yes now? Absolutely. Would I say yes and get really well prepared quickly? Absolutely. I mentioned earlier that one of the mistakes that people do is they move into the how, like they think, oh, I build my brand by, let's see, advertising on Facebook, or, downloading these templates and plastering them all over social media, or buying this particular training, and that's going to make me, a successful personal brand. When you jump into the how too quickly, you miss all the really good stuff. We talked about that communication model, that learning model, the teaching model, the 5 W's and the how. And you really need to have a very clear picture about the what, the why, the when. Be very crystal clear about that. And I actually have a momentum formula that's built around those concepts. And I include that question of what if it goes wrong? What if it goes right? What are you going to do? And before we even think about the how to do it, if it's ill prepared, is not going to help. We talked about 2 hours planning can save you 8 hours work. I would rather sit down and do 2 hours work, 2 hours planning, and then implement, knowing full well that I've considered carefully the 5 W's. I often say 6 W's and the 1 H. So it depends on which model you're using. People who don't strategically design their brand are at the beck and call of other people. I mean, their brand is being determined by others through their lack of designing their personal brand and through the lack of communicating around their brand. So one of my clients said this, Rachel, very informative, makes you realize that branding is a science, and your strategies outlined in your presentation underlines the need to incorporate these strategies up front in your marketing plan. So you really do need to be strategically designing your brand. Others resist change, like I said. They want to, they want it to be comfortable. And what we do know is that, like I said, personal branding is one of the best business tools and professional development tools ever devised, because it really challenges you. You are constantly reviewing and monitoring your brand. I liken personal branding to kind of stepping off a cliff, because it really becomes part of your life once you do that. Once you start to immerse yourself in your brand, it's something that really kind of wraps itself around you, and it's part of your filters and your considerations as you move forward. And those who resist change might struggle with this. And the idea is that we do it so incrementally, and with our planning and preparation, we do it in increments and steps so that it's not uncomfortable, so it's not in overwhelm, that it makes sense that we're preparing. And that's what I love to do. We often say, to get something you never had, you have to do something you have never did or never done before. The question is, are you branding yourself for survival? We often see people who become obsolete. They're replaced by the new brand, or, they've plateaued and their branding is not revealing or displaying their expertise and their authority. And they've got some new young competitor who's just positioned themselves through their brand name awareness and some, a gorgeous design maybe. However, you need to make sure that you're moving your brand, you're reviewing, you're redesigning, you're re-engineering your branding to make sure that you survive as well, because we know that personal branding is no longer optional. It is absolutely essential to business success. And I also think that we need to be conscious that to survive, we need to be sustainable as well. We need to think about the longevity of our brand beyond just that moment. And what's interesting, I will quote Jack Welch here. He talked about the fact that if he often, he had the GE companies, and the different companies were often challenged. He challenged them to be number one, or he would literally sell them off. And the idea was that because if you're in the top 20%, you've got 80% of the market share. So if you're in the bottom 80%, you're looking at, scraps basically. So it's really important that you think about where you're positioning yourself for the greater market share as well. Some of our clients, operate from a ghost protocol perspective, where we don't know them. They're unknown brands, and we wonder who and where and why they, we may not even see them. And that's the difficulty. We need to move out of ghost protocol, where we're unrecognized brand, and become a recognized brand. And we recently we saw, this is a Mission Impossible poster with Tom Cruise, ghost protocol, and you might know from intelligence perspective, that means that you no longer can nominate a country. You have no country of origin. No one sent you. No one instructed you, and you're operating from your own out of your own self-responsibility. And we've just recently seen all the Mission Impossible rebadge and rebrand and literally dominate the top 6 positions on Apple platform, Paramount Plus platform, because they went, you know what, let's rebadge, rebrand, and really stand out. And what's really interesting is, if you know the principles that they're using, they are using very iconic brand elements and brand design principles to recreate and rebirth, I guess, the Mission Impossible brand, as the last movie has just dropped just recently. So you need to be thinking like Ghost Protocol, move out of Ghost Protocol, start rebadging, becoming an iconic brand. Do you have to be extroverted? Do you have to be salesy? Absolutely not. In actual fact, people who are the quiet achievers often are the people that have those great results because they like systems, they like implementing, they like doing the work, and then less about the talk and more about the walk. And so one of my clients, Sam Anderson, she's a jewelry designer, very, very introverted, and yet this incredible designer and has an incredible design space. She said, Rachel, wow, thank you so much for the support. I'm looking forward to catching up with you and showing you around the gallery, as when we had our sessions, it was just an idea and a dream. A large part of making this a reality was definitely the tools and strategies you taught me. You empowered me. I hope you feel proud when you see what you've helped and continue to help me achieve. My warmest and sincerest gratitude, Sam. So I'm so proud that Sam was able to make her designs public. And that's the space that you need to be thinking about as well. Are you creating, have you got creations that are not being, they're literally invisible? Maybe it is Ghost Protocol. However, it really is important that if you are designing something, creating something, that you make it public, that people get to see it, that they get to be inspired by it, purchase it. And, you know, when I think about Sam's designs, they are very intimate. They're also very connected to who you are. They're inspired and designed around something that's important to you. And so when you purchase that, when you invest in that, it's something that is really precious to you. And to hide that kind of talent and hide that source of joy from your clients is such a waste. And so I'm so proud of Sam for saying, you know what, I have a talent and I'm going to show people it, and I'm going to, you know, wrap my beautiful designs into their lives. And, you know, it's certainly one of those things, very, very important. We talked about being challenged. There's nothing like personal branding to challenge you. And Narelle Todd said this: when it comes to personal branding, Rachel is the authority and she'll work with you for your success. One thing I love about Rachel is that she won't back away from challenging you to use your gifts. We all need to be taken outside of our comfort zone in order to live better, work better, share our message better. I wholeheartedly recommend Rachel Quilty to you if you're serious about claiming your expert status. Clearly, we often need to be challenged to step up, to level up, to be more than we are, to really excavate our potential and become part of that human asset development genre. And I love this. It's how to kill the brand. So how you kill your brand is by not appreciating how important your image actually is to your brand. Some people think, oh, well, it doesn't matter about what I look like. And, you know, I get upset with people making judgments about me, and therefore I'm not going to care about it. And yet it's such an important part of our branding. And we can kill our brand so quickly by not being conscious about, you know, our appearance and the appearance of our brand and how it shows up. And, you know, it's not to say that it has to be perfect, but we know that 67% of first impressions are accurate. So we know that whether you're making a good impression or a poor impression, it's more than most likely the correct impression. So if it's not the correct impression, you need to make sure that it is the right impression. And you also need to be managing this is really about strategic image management and impression management. And we know from research, like I said earlier, 58% is visibility, 55% visibility, 38% tonality, 7% is the words that we use. So our image, our brand image and our brand awareness is real, and how we're perceived by the public, what's in the hearts and minds of our clients, is really about ensuring that we have a positive image, and that we're making the correct first impression. This is a comment that a politician made. I had my first consultation with JumptheQ when I wasn't happy with the results I was receiving during my first few weeks in an election campaign for local government. With just a few changes and suggestions, I was amazed at the turnaround and transformation I felt almost immediately, and I was able to portray a much more professional image. I felt more confident, relaxed, and in turn received more favorable results. My campaign was hugely successful, and I believe the advice and support I received from JumptheQ was invaluable. So make sure that you're indicating the right image. Discovering your purpose. Like I said earlier, some people are thinking, well, I don't have a purpose or a meaningful life or existence. I haven't really connected what my brand message is. That is inevitably what happens when you start to focus on your personal branding. It really is an excavation about what your life purpose is, your brand purpose is. And that is, when you think about personal branding, when you think about branding, the most important thing you have to do, the first thing you do, is your strategic brand vision. What do you want to achieve with your brand? What is really the purpose of your brand? What's its intention? Why does it exist? Why do you exist? What value are you here to contribute to the world? And these are important questions that you need to be asking yourself. And it's also important to recognize, if you have kind of misplaced your purpose, that you do recognize that personal branding and walking through it strategically can really help you excavate what's important, what you need to be standing for, what's going to reveal your true self to your prospects. And I liken personal branding and discovering your personal purpose to Captain America, which you might remember is Steve Rogers, the soldier, out of the comic series, or the comic series Captain America, became the movie Captain America. And so Steve Rogers is a civilian. During the Second World War, he's rejected by the recruitment. He's not able to become a soldier in the normal regiments. However, he is accepted into the Special Operation Rebirth, which is he becomes a subject for the administration of the super soldier serum. And as a result of the super soldier serum, he becomes Captain America. I liken personal branding to the super soldier serum because it means, well, because that's the change. We go from the civilian, potentially rejected, into this superhero, and we have the solutions, and we have this talent and expertise that suddenly people can see. Was it there originally? Absolutely, definitely there. It was just hidden below, beneath this civilian clothing and the environment that didn't allow it to be exposed. And sometimes that's exactly what superheroes do. They walk into an environment that reveals their expertise, reveals their talents, reveals their superpowers, which in their ordinary everyday life didn't necessarily have. And so that is where you come into somebody else's picture as a solution, as an aspiration. How are your true talents revealed, your superhero powers revealed, when you go into a situation where you have the competence and you have an intelligence that other people don't have. And I reflect back on Kim Kardashian, where she had what she was exposed to as a young woman allowed her to position her brand much higher, much greater, and gain global recognition without even kind of flinching, in a sense, because she already had been exposed to a high level of media scrutiny, publicity, et cetera, business acumen. Likewise, so you might have this experience that enables you to step into a certain situation that other people would never have the capacity to. And then you have somebody who has all this promise and expertise that's not revealed truly until they are exposed to a certain situation. And so for me, industrial relations exposed me to high-level disputation, being strategic planning, negotiation, influencing, strategic image management, which in a sense, like when you think about industrial relations and advocacy, it doesn't necessarily automatically transfer to branding if you're thinking kind of holistic. If you're thinking linearly, linear, and yet all those concepts, how to influence, how to negotiate, how to goal set, how to strategically manage your image to give the right impression, to build rapport, all those things were something that I was considering all day, every day for, over a decade and beyond as I transitioned into branding. And so when I started reading about branding and researching branding and image management, psychology, the psychology of silent movies, of image management from the, well, I mean, a lot of it did come around from silent movies, and a lot of the research that was being done then gives you a level of expertise that doesn't necessarily get exposed in everyday life. And yet, given an opportunity, then all this expertise is packaged. So Steve Rogers is one of those individuals as a civilian who, in his civilian life was a very ordinary person, and yet in war became a superhero. In war became somebody that was a war hero, that all this experience that, wouldn't seem to translate was translated very well. And likewise with President Lizinski, his background is not necessarily something that we would expect of a war hero, and yet he has shown a level of leadership that is, remarkable and outstanding. And it's questioned the traditional methods of doing what he's done. I love the quote from The Alchemist: to realize one's destiny is a person's only obligation. So personal branding, excavating all these life experiences, life lessons, and how they're aligned to your brand purpose and brand mission and brand journey. That is truly what you're here to do. Determine what you're what you're here to do, why you exist. And so Julie Lewin said this: "Hi, Rachel, your book, Brand Yourself, is one of the best books I've ever read on finding your purpose. Even though I've read it, I'm reading it again and loving it. It's a super book. Warm regards, Julie." And if you know Raymond Aaron, he's a New York Times top 10 bestseller. He wrote the $1 Million Mentor, and a lot of coaching around mentoring and goal setting. He said this about my book: if you want to move mountains in your life, your personal brand had better stand for something special. Brand Yourself book is great whether you are already a successful leader or wish to become one. So it was great. I was invited to speak on his stage in Melbourne, and we walked through these 12 principles of what underpins your personal brand legacy. And so we're moving through these stages. We talked about phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, designing your brand, deploying your brand expertise, positioning or dominating as the authority. What's important about this is I'm recognizing that there are certain themes that you move through sequentially as you're building your brand legacy. It doesn't just emerge fully born, overnight. It's something that really does take 10 to 20 years. And we know from Malcolm Gladwell's book, Outliers, that when we think of those people who have become overnight sensations, there was always 10 years in the preparation. We know that there's all these hours of practice and preparation that goes into emerging to create that kind of convergence where the opportunity meets the preparation, which I think it was, I mean, Oprah talked about it with Julia Roberts, but I think it's an older quote by one of the philosophers. I can't remember his name at the moment, where basically, luck, success is when preparation meets opportunity. And Julia Roberts said, well, it's luck what meets is when opportunity meets preparation. So when we're creating our own luck, we're creating our own opportunity, we're creating our own success because we're preparing for it. We're making sure that when we think about where we want to, what we want to achieve, our brand legacy, that we're, either able to sell it, we're able to have a succession plan for it, whatever the case may be. We need to be thinking about our brand legacy, our brand empire, and what the outcomes will be. And the questions that we would be asking are those that, did you make a difference? Did you matter? How were you significant to others? How did you leave your mark? How will you change a life? What did you do that only you could achieve? And these are such important questions. I hope you're writing them down because these are really valuable questions to ask yourself. Did you make a difference? Did you matter? Were you significant to others? Where did you leave your mark? How did you change a life? What did you do that only you could do or achieve? And I love these questions because, and there's a couple of questions that we ask our clients and that really excavate what's important and why they're here. And it's going back to that conversation that we've had about your life lessons, life experiences, and how they're aligned to your life purpose and your life journey and your life purpose and mission. If you are able, this is what I think personal branding is so important, and why these questions are so important is because it's asking you, why are you significant? How can you help others? How can you be a solution to somebody else's problem? How has your life experiences given you the life lessons to be a solution to somebody else? You really could be somebody else's superhero if you would build your personal brand, if you would ensure that you're able to communicate your solution, that you're able to give clarity to somebody else's concerns. So I often say that you're a solution or an aspiration. So people can be looking at your life and thinking, I would love to have a life like that. Or they can be thinking, I want to, I have a problem. And you are actually providing a solution. You're the one that actually come up with the concept, with the system, whatever the case may be, to help people achieve their goals and their aspirations. And one of the things that I have done in the past is, challenge my clients to create $1 million mission. And so every single one of our clients actually has a mission to contribute $1 million, whether it be in fundraising, whether it be in donations, whether it be in supporting a certain charity. And so, a good friend of mine, Linnell Hills, representative ambassador for World Vision. Having said that, she also is a bookkeeper who was doing the books for a small charity out of, I can't remember whether it was Cambodia or Thailand. And, for $200, you could feed a village for a month. And so, it depends on what your legacy is going to be. It can be $1 million challenge, and I challenge everyone to do that. How can you contribute $1 million or $1 million, $1 million. I think $1 million is small change in today's finances in our world. One of my clients, one of her $1 million missions was with the National Center for Health Innovation and, research around female health issues. So the question you need to be asking yourself is, what can you achieve? What could you do if you had a global brand and a significant market share within your field? What could you achieve if you were recognized authority and when you spoke, people listened and they took action? What could you achieve? Do you want to have more clients? When you brand yourself as the authority and dominate your niche, it's inevitable that you will have more clients. The question is, do you want more clients, or will you be, reducing the number of clients? Because that's often what we're encouraging our clients to do. Say no to more clients. Be selective about your prospects, be selective about your clients, who you want to work with, who you want to spend time with, and, enjoying life as well as, because this is what personal branding allows you to do. If you can premium price yourself, instead of having more clients, you can have less clients who are willing to pay more for you. Are you premium pricing yourself through differentiation? working less, earn more, play more when you do? Do you have a signature style? Do people see you as, somebody with influence because you have a definable style? A signature style means that you're instantly recognizable as you, your business and your professionalism. It tells a story about you. It indicates what you stand for. Are you recognized as the authority in your field? And when you follow a step-by-step system, you'll rapidly be recognized as the authority and be able to dominate your niche. So investing in your brand is an investment in building a professional profile, your reputation, and the results you will receive. Instead of being that kind of token message in the bottle. And I recently saw these for sale, so it makes a lot of sense. Are you, a message in a bottle in a vast ocean where nobody hears you, nobody sees you, and it's just kind of serendipitous if you actually connect with the shore and with a person to pick up that right message? Or do you need to really start focusing on your brand communication and making sure that you're building brand awareness around your brand so that you can gain market share, because we know that there is a direct correlation between your market share and your brand name awareness. Does your brand need rescuing? Like, is it something where you're at that stage where you're floundering or it's literally plateaued and other people are moving forward, they're progressing, and yet they're not as expert in the field as you are? And this is really a great opportunity to start thinking about, well, maybe it's time to rescue yourself and brand yourself and re-engineer and redesign your brand so that you can start really showing people and portraying your expertise in a way that is, deploying your brand expertise, capturing that market share, positioning yourself as a number one, number two spot, and, bumping off the new guy. And, I call them the 10-minute expert. They've read something and suddenly they're experts, whereas those people that have been in their industries and they're professionals and they have a level of expertise, they've been doing it for, decades, not just days. So does your brand need rescuing? And we know there's always a right way and a wrong way. And the question is, are you going to kind of go down this narrow, winding country path that goes around the mountain a couple of, 30 years or so and take the wrong path? Or do you take the right path? Do you go, you know what? How about I invest in somebody that's, determine what the right path is? And I know I've made mistakes. I know that there are wrong ways and there are right ways to go. And I have really made sure that and that's what I've done. I've created a management system where I know the right way and I'm constantly reviewing it. I've been working on a product and it's kind of like I'm constantly tweaking it, changing the wording, making sure that it is systematic and that it's logical, sequential and methodical. And so there is a right way and a wrong way. So you can choose the right way or the wrong way. And as we do know, there's so many things, so many decisions. We can go the easy way or we can go the hard way. And often the easy way seems like hard work. And yet when we do the hard work, when we apply ourselves, we get these incredible results. It's like the planning, spending those 2 hours. It's like, oh my goodness, sit down and plan something. And yet you save 10 hours, you save 8 hours work by doing that. So initially it might seem the hard way, and yet it is ultimately the easy way. Or it's just like, okay, instead of recreating the wheel and trying to figure it all out myself, why don't I, use somebody else's template? And that's why I always design templates for my clients. It's like, if you have to do it once, create a template. Have to do it twice, create a template. If you and create a guide. If I was being asked a question too many times, I get bored. So I create a system. It's like, okay, that's how I created our one of our resources, was because I had to go backtrack all the time with our action steps. Like they come in at one level and I'd have to walk backwards and educate everyone on this. And so I decided to actually make sure that I was able to provide that information very quickly, and it became a prerequisite for all of our clients. If you haven't done this, then we're not letting you in the gate, because you need to have a clear understanding of this information before you come in. And it meant that I wasn't wasting their time, wasn't wasting my time by backtracking and educating. And really, it's because I got bored recounting the same information. So I basically went, okay, here's all the information. You need to study this. Come to me when you're completed, and you can, I'll work with you then. So and then there's some people that are still waiting at the gate, they're waiting for their opportunity. And I, for a long time, had this mindset myself. I was waiting for somebody to suddenly give me an opportunity or to recognize my brand and recognize my expertise. And it really was about taking the hook, the rope off the hook and going, I'm going through this gateway. I'm going to, be bold in my leadership, bold in my branding, and make sure that, I'm not left waiting. So if you're still waiting for somebody else to unhook the rope for you, to allow you to come through so that you can be successful, then you need to really think very carefully about whether you want that success. Because if you want to be successful, you're going to unhook that rope yourself, and you're going to walk through that roped area down the red carpet. And there's a lot of people that are very frustrated with where they're at in the world at the moment. They're in jobs where they're not fulfilling, they're not meaningful, they haven't connected with their purpose. And I don't know, it's one of those things where I think sometimes it's because we enable a system to hold us trapped. And when we do display bold brand leadership, we suddenly are less frustrated. We're able to connect more meaningfully with our purpose. And we know that there are, when we're in professions, sometimes we're working so hard that we rarely put our heads up. We're so entrenched in what we're doing that, our health is neglected, our personal brand is neglected. And we know those people that are sitting in the boardroom tables or in the meeting rooms are the ones that are given the opportunities. And we're working so hard, we're on the perpetual little mouse wheel. We need to, decide to exit the mouse what do we call it, the rat race, and actually decide to start developing our own personal brand and start building and positioning our brand. You'll be less frustrated, but more importantly, you'll connect with your purpose and you'll find more meaningful work. And often we're talking about being on this kind of merry-go-round in life. And I often talk about roller coasters because you can be on roller coasters where you're up and down and you're around. I mean, you're on tracks, but, it's like you're not determining your own path and your own way in the world. You're actually connected to this. It may be somebody. It's maybe a partner or people or your workplace where you're literally trapped on their roller coaster ride. And sometimes, or even the merry-go-round, when it's just round and round, being here, we're doing another loop. And if life looks like a pattern and we're doing circles, then it's time to get off the merry-go-round. It's time to exit the roller coaster. Because like I said, if you're waiting for the rope, for somebody to open the rope barrier for you, nobody's going to do that. You really have to stop waiting for your turn. You have to decide it is your turn. And this is something I really did have to come to terms with and go, I kept waiting for it to be my turn. I kept working hard, helping others, thinking eventually it would be my turn. And yet I had to really take a stock of my life and go, you know what? Nobody else is going to do it for me. I'm going to have to decide it is my turn. I'm not waiting any longer for others to continually take their turn. And, we know that some people pay the VIP, they pay the premium price so they can jump the queue. So you need to decide to jump the queue as well. You need to decide that you're worth investing in, that you are the one that, pays the extra price so that you can jump the queue and not be frustrated that you're waiting in line, waiting for your turn, because it really is already your turn. It is your turn. And so you might be wondering why you're here. And that's what people are doing. They haven't connected with their purpose. They haven't connected with their intention and why they're here. Because your life has a purpose. Your brand has a purpose. You have a mission. I call it a God-given strategic assignment. That's why you're here. You have something that you are the only person that can do. You are uniquely qualified to do something. And so if you're not kind of connected with that purpose, you really need to start thinking about your personal branding, because those life experiences, those life lessons are aligned to your brand purpose and your brand mission. So what will happen if you don't take a chance on your brand today? What will happen if you don't start focusing on your brand? I want you to really just take a moment and start thinking and answering these questions. Write the answers down. What will I lose if I don't start focusing on my branding? What will I fail to achieve? Who will I fail? Who will I fail to help? I think these are some of the most incredibly deep questions that you can ask yourself, and why you're holding yourself back, why you're restraining your branding, why you're restraining your brand leadership, why you're restraining developing your expertise and developing your personal brand. Because these are the questions you need to be seriously contemplating. What will I lose? What will I lose if I don't promote my personal brand, if I don't reveal my expertise, if I don't support my purpose? What will I fail to achieve? Like, who won't I help? What won't I, what financial success won't I achieve? What will I fail to do in my life, in my professional career, and in my personal life if I don't start focusing on my personal brand? Who will I fail? Who are those people that are either relying on me in my existing world or in my future world who are looking for the solution that that you can provide? You have solved a problem potentially. You've had those life lessons and life experiences, and you've got the solution that people are looking for. So you really are an answer to a prayer. You're somebody's superhero. You have to really decide that you can no longer fail those people. Who will you fail to help? So you are a hero to somebody. You have superpowers which are aligned to your skills, your talents, your life experiences. You have an incredible life mission to start right now. And it really is time to break the chains. It's time to leave your baggage, take the next move, be really strategic about which move you make, where you're going to invest your time and your efforts. It's time for adventure. There is nothing more exciting than going on this personal brand journey. You start writing the script. You start writing the script for your epic movie. You start writing the ending to your, this story. You start taking stage as the expert. You start standing out from the crowd, becoming a recognized brand. You start to think strategically about what you're going to do, where you're going to be, how you're going to show up, what you're going to produce. Everything. And it's really interesting. I don't talk about it too much yet, but when you get this incredible level of focus and productivity when you start focusing on your personal branding. We've talked about positioning yourself for success. The planning and preparation is so important. We know that if you want to achieve certain results, it's going to take a level of planning and preparation. And sometimes we just need to be able to set aside the time. We need to be guided in that situation where we're, going, okay, well, what's the next step? Here's what you need to do here. Here's the next step. Here's what you need to do here. It's also allocating that time, as you're walking through a training program. It's really important that you have some time to actually do the work. And, in our busyness of our lives, we don't do that. We don't structure our lives to nurture our own talent and our skills and our personal brand. And what happens? We don't get to name our price. And we do know that when you do focus on your personal brand, that you can premium price yourself. You can start to back yourself. You can become the VIP in your own world. And it really is your time. It's your time to, start thinking about how you're going to have your star on the sidewalk in Hollywood. And so, are you ready for a new ending? There is a secret to success, and it really starts with an amazingly smart personal branding strategic plan that will catapult you into the A-list of your niche or niche, so that you can capture the attention that you deserve. And so that's why I've developed the Brand Yourself for profit package. So this is JumptheQ's complete step-by-step strategic and systematic system to designing, positioning, and building your authority brand for purpose, position, and profit. And you'll get really crystal clear about your brand, your success. And well, success takes care of itself, basically, when you start to plan and design your personal brand for purpose, position, and profit. And so that's why I developed the product. So let me just share with you some of the information. This is not something that you have to race over and buy. This is just me sharing an opportunity for you to get some extra training. It's one of the resources that we've got currently available. So it's, what I will do is actually get you to set, you can dive across to the information on the website. I'll give you the address shortly, or you can send me an email and we can connect and talk about your brand. But let me walk through this package so you understand what we've got available at the moment. And I think it's really quite a good time of the year to start thinking about your brand and how you're going to launch your brand in the new year. So we talk about the first action step is really to develop a brand yourself action plan. You need to start designing your signature brand right now. And we walk through those 10 action steps. So we have, what we will be doing in the new year is doing a 12-week brand yourself action plan. We're doing a live webinar training, and that's valued at $4,997. And so we walk through each of those action steps that we talked about. What is personal branding? Then action step 1, discovering your existing personal brand. Action step 2, determining your brand's target audience. Action step number 3, defining your true personal brand. Action step number 4, dominating your market as the authority. Action step number 5, designing your unique personal brand and really getting a great handle on your personal brand. Action step number 6, developing your brand signature style. Action step number 7, devising your personal brand marketing plan. Action step number 8, decide your desired outcomes, your resources, and your skill set. And action step number 9, deploying your personal brand message. Action step number 10, deliver your personal brand promise, and then going to the next level. So we talk about where do you go to next. But and let me just share with you this comment from a client that walked through the Brand Yourself Action Plan with us. I've been in business for 2 years now, and I felt I needed to step it up a notch. And Rachel's systematic and strategic approach appealed to my preference for well-structured, organized, and simple-to-use programs. Life is busy enough. And I've been working with Rachel and through the Brand Yourself Action Plan, and I've amazed at the content and insights I am uncovering. It's the exact work that any business owner who has been in business for a few years needs to undertake to keep moving forward and remain relevant in the marketplace. So that was Louise. She went on to say, working with Rachel has been a wonderful experience. She is insightful and genuinely interested in your unique contribution and message. I am amazed at the structure, the processes, and support available to me. And I know that this process will mean I won't waste money on reworking or redesigning my brand in a way that is not consistent with my purpose. I have absolutely no hesitation in recommending Rachel Quilty and JumptheQ's Brand Yourself Action Plan. And so our Brand Yourself Action Plan, like I said, it's a 12-week live webinar series. We have a check-in process. It's $4,997. We will be doing that in the new year. The other thing that you really need to do, and what I've included in this package, the Brand Yourself Profit package, is the second action step, which is to deploy your expert brand strategically. And so this is a second 12-week Brand Yourself the Expert live webinar training. So we go back to back. And so you have your first 12 weeks, and then we enter into the second 12 weeks where we're looking at the action steps within the Brand Yourself the Expert training program. So we walk through those 10 action steps. Action step number 1, discover your expert brand. Action step number 2, determine your expert strategic plan. Action step number 3, define your expert product. Action step number 4, dominate with your expert client journey. Action step number 5, design your expert content. Action step number 6, develop your expert brand voice, devise your expert IP and copyright in action step number 7. Action step number 8, decide your expert business model. Action step number 9, deploy your expert series. Action step number 10, deliver your expert communication plan. And then we talk about how we move forward. And because I really want to make sure that you're strategically developing your authority, and so that you can dominate your field as the authority, I've included the third phase, the third level, the third tier, if you will, which is the third 12-week Brand Yourself the Authority live webinar training. That's also valued at $4,997. And so we walk through those 10 action steps as part of that training program. It's brand new. It hasn't been launched yet, and it's going to be launched in the new year. We've had clients walk through it. We've piloted it. We have used people as guinea pigs, so we know it's well used. However, it's the first time we've launched it as a live webinar series. So we're going to walk through all those action steps about dominating your field as the authority, determining your brand authority platform, defining your brand authority presence, discovering your brand authority equity, so really thinking about how we premium price ourselves. Action step number 5, designing your brand authority partnerships. Action step number 6, develop your brand authority's purpose. Action step number 7, devise your brand authority package. Action step number 8, decide your brand authority promise. And then looking at deploying your brand authority power and delivering your brand authority performance. And then we talk about the next step, which is, how you position your brand as a celebrity. So what we've done is I've created this package, Brand Yourself for Profits package. What I've done is included those 3 training packages, the 12-week live webinar series, Brand Yourself Action Plan, $4,997, for Brand Yourself the Expert, $4,997, Brand Yourself the Authority, $4,997. So our training programs, off the shelf are valued at $4,991. And because I want you to have these additional resources to really, they kind of jigsaw puzzle into the action plans, I wanted to give you these extra resources so that you could brand yourself for success. And I wanted to make sure that I'm connecting with you and that I'm able to guide you to some degree about how you're managing your brand. So what I wanted to do is connect with you at the beginning of each training program so that we can make sure that we're strategically developing your strategic plan around that action plan. And so they are really an intensive private coaching call, and we're walking through your strategic plan. I just recently, last week, did this with a client, and so we're really clear about our focus for, this action plan, the next action plan, and the following action plan, and what you want to achieve as a result of those. So that's valued at $2,997. So strategic brand coaching call. I also wanted to give you all the tools and templates, I guess. The scripts, the templates, the checklists, they're valued at $1,497. Access to our private JumptheQ group. And I really call this a strategic community, our private Facebook group and its community. I put the compass there because sometimes you kind of go, which direction should I be? Or, does this appeal to somebody? We're talking about design elements. We're talking about wording. Sometimes some people can add value when you're in a private community. It means you get to share a lot of things about your personal brand, and as you're creating the content, and get feedback. And also, obviously, I'm in there as well, so you'll be able to connect with me on a fairly consistent basis. So that's the Brand Yourself. It's a private Facebook group. It's not the public one, and it's valued at $1,497. Because I'm really conscious about you developing your expertise, I wanted to make sure that I gave you the opportunity to develop your expert interview. So we interview you. So we develop, we've got 13 different interview templates or questions. And so we get you to choose one that makes sense for your business, and then we interview you. We give you the questions, we give you the audience notes, because this is how I started. This is how I got some of my first speaking gigs. Was I was able to present within like 20 minutes or 1 hour and give audience handout notes give audience notes. And so they had a worksheet to complete as we were talking through the presentation. And so I got known for my expertise, and I got invited to other events and other events and other events. So I spent such a long time speaking at networking events and corporate events and doing corporate training, because I really had a very clear handle on, what I call the expert interview, which is talking about the importance of your field of expertise. So that's $1,497. We record your interview and develop your audience notes around that. There's also an email series and social media posts, etc. To ensure that we're really positioning you as the authority, I call this developing your authority report. We create a authority brand ebook, or it might be a report, depending on what words you like. It could be a guide, authority guide around your field of expertise. So it really is positioning you as the authority. It's not the full book, but it's not a 300-page book, but it's something where, we're talking about a micro expert topic where you can really provide people with very valuable and useful content, which reveals and positions your authority. That's valued at $1,497. And the other thing that I wanted to make sure that you had is this signature keynote. So developing a keynote talk and a related webinar around that. So developing a PowerPoint presentation so that you could actually, tomorrow, maybe not tomorrow, but after we finish working on it, you could actually give a presentation. So you've had the interview with the expert, you're actually written a book around this topic, and now you're preparing your keynote speech around this area. So it's not your signature speech, it's just a keynote. So it's like maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. And so these are the strategic resources I really think are important that we support you with as you're doing the training programs. So our strategic plan, coaching calls, $2,997. Our tools, templates, and checklists, that's $1,497. Our private Facebook group and its community, $1,497. Doing that expert interview, I think we're undervaluing it at $1,497. It really is over a $2,000 product. Developing your authority report, $1,497, and developing your signature keynote, $1,497. So our strategic resources are valued at $10,482. And because I'm always into giving people special bonuses as a bit of a gift, I'm going to include, as part of your VIP brand launch, 3 intensive coaching calls with myself. Ordinarily $997 per call, valued at the 3 calls, $2,991. I'm also going to include, as we're walking through our action plans, 12 months as part of our membership program. We have a membership program which is $297 per month. We talk about a particular topic each month, and it's really connected and aligned to the action plan. So you'll be getting additional support to the action plans. That is a call-in coaching call. So we get 12 months of that, $297 per month. That's valued at $3,564. So I call that the VIP lounge pass, or it's actually called the VIP pass. So the monthly coaching calls. And they're, just like I said, really well connected to the training programs as we're moving forward them. We have this is what I like as well, the A-listers lounge pass. It's a done for you, 3 months, normally valued at $1,497 per month. This is our more expensive premium membership program where we're giving you 3 months as part of this package so that you get supported as you're developing your product line, as you're developing your keynotes, your signature products, your interviews, and that's valued at $4,491. So you get the 12 months, the call-in coaching calls, and then you have the premium membership, which is 3 months where we're doing product. We're actually working with you to develop your content. So it's done for you, done with you, and we're hand in hand working with you to get that outcome for you. And so I really do love this. And this is why I think it's really important that we distinguish that we're very unique, because not very many coaching programs or training programs are this strategic and this hands-on. We really do work with all of our clients. And I guess that's why we have the results that we have. If you think about training programs, many people purchase a program, only 10% complete. We have 100% completion rate. And that's because I believe we've got a good program. It's step by step, it's systematic, it's methodical, but we also support it with hands-on support with you. So the special bonuses, the 3 intensive coaching calls, and one for each of the training programs, just to make sure you're tracking well through the training program, $2,997. Our VIP pass to our monthly coaching, $3,564. Our A-list lounge pass, the done for you, or done with you, I should say, 3 months, $4,491. So the special bonuses, they're valued at $11,052. So let me just summarize our Brand Yourself for Profit program. We've got the 3 training programs: Brand Yourself Action Plan, $4,997; Brand Yourself the Authority, the Expert, $4,997; Brand Yourself the Authority, $4,997. So our training programs all up are valued at $14,991. Then we're going to give you these strategic resources: our strategic plan, coaching calls, $2,997, our scripts, our templates, our checklists, $1,497. Access to our private community, $1,497. We're going to help you create your expert interview, $1,497. Develop your expert or authority report, $1,497. Help you with your keynote, your signature keynote, $1,497. So these additional resources are $10,482. And so we have our special bonuses, the 3 intensive coaching calls, like one for each of the training programs, $2,997. Access to our VIP monthly coaching calls, $3,564. Access to our A-list lounge pass done with you program, the $4,491. So the special bonuses are valued at $11,052. So all up, we have this incredibly valuable package: 3 training programs, $14,991; the bonus strategic resources, $10,482; the special bonuses, $11,052. Total value, $36,525. And so what we're offering all of our clients and those who have joined the program here today is, normally this would be kind of off the shelf, say recommended retail, $24,997. So we're not offering it that. We're not offering it at $14,997 today or over the weekend. I should say today. You need to connect with me today, $9,997. Or we're looking at we have a payment plan of 13 monthly payments of $997, which gives a value of $12,096. There is another option, which is 6 monthly payments of $1,997 as well. And so we have a strictly limited bonus for the first 8 people that register. I'm going to connect with you with a private strategic session. It's going to be an hour, but there's also a few extra bonuses. I'm not going to advertise them here because everyone will want them, but they're only available to those first 8 that take action now. And they're valued, that process is valued at $4,497. Now, if you do want to, dive in, be one of the first 8, you can go to, you'll see there on the website, on the screen, we have the link there. go to jumptheq.thrivecart.com /BYFP, which stands for Brand Yourself for Profit. And you'll find you can start the process over there. So let me just jump through that all over again so you know where we're headed here. The 3 training programs, 14,991. The strategic bonus resources, 10,482. The special bonuses, $11,052. And if you're one of the first 8 action takers, then we add that extra value of the $4,497. Total value, $41,022. Like I said, you can dive across to the sales page, the checkout, and make sure that you're one of the first 8. Go to jumptheq.thrivecart.com /BYFP / And so we've got this Brand Yourself for Profit, our package here. Its total value is $41,022. So I really want you to jump the queue, take action right now. Dive across to the thrivecart.com. Make sure you put in jumptheq.thrivecart.com /BYFP so that you find it over there. So we really want to support you, and our guarantee is that there will be 100% satisfaction. And really the only thing you've got to lose is your old brand and your old personal image. And there is a special bonus. If you do pay in full, you elect to go down that path, you'll get bonus access VIP lounges, $1,497. And you'll have full immediate access to the Brand Yourself Action Plan. That's $2,497. So rather than releasing it over a period of time and then dropping into the live, you'll have access to it immediately. Paid in full value, that those extra bonuses are $3,994. So the total value is $42,022. However, if you pay in full, you get those bonuses as well. So like I said, ordinarily, off the shelf, we might offer this for $24,997. We're not going to offer it for $14,900 or $497. We're going to make it available because we really do want to have some great success stories. We're making it available for $99.97. And like I said, we do have the payment options, the 6 monthly payments, $1,997, which equates to $11,982. Go across to jumptheq.thrivecart.com /BYFP. So when you're thinking of that, go Brand Yourself for Profit, our package there. Or, if you want to access a payment plan, you want to have a discussion about it, please email me, rachel@rachelquilty.com, or go to your invitation that you've got from myself and reply to that and send me your details and connect it to this presentation so that I actually know which offer is your offer and whether you're one of the first 8 people. So make sure that you really do, it's one of those things. I want to have a conversation with everyone. There are some people that just know they're ready to go and they're willing to dive across and either pay full or connect because they want to be one of the first 8 people. And, I'm often getting the emails, and was I one of the first 8? And it's kind of like when you have a system, a checkout, obviously you can't cheat on it, but it's one of those things where I have to go and check that you're one of the first 8. And so people will email me and ask me. Like I said, the total value is over 40,000, 42,022 or 16, depending on how I've rounded it out. Our VIP offer is $9,997. We have the option of the 6 monthly payments, $1,997. That's $11,098. Or if you need, to take it over a longer period, then feel free to send me an email, rachel@rachelquilty, and make sure that you connect it to this offer, because what happens is beyond today or beyond this offer, the offer changes. This is one of those things where I should have mentioned this. the reason that I am able to make this offer and why I can add this level of value and my own personal contribution to it and to your success is because I actually have time in my calendar now. And all of my clients know that during the end of the year and early in the new year is when I actually am available, that I have time in my calendar, and that I make it available to our clients and support them in their coaching. Otherwise, you won't see me have these kind of personal strategic coaching calls with you outside of the training programs. So these coaching calls are outside of the training programs. They're really unique to this offer. And like I said, next offer will not have the same level of personal content. It's really because my calendar is available at the moment. There are some vacancies that I can fill. Like I said, I'm only taking 8 people to take those extra calls. So make sure that if you want to be one of the first 8, that you drop into the sales page there, or you complete the checkout. Go across, take advantage of the VIP offer, $9,997. That's at jumptheq.thrivecart.com/BYFP/. And so I'm going to leave this screen up as we take a break. If you want to email me, you can grab the offer sheet, the client profile form. I'll send that out to you. The outline of the 13 questions and the interview options so that you can start reviewing which interview you would like to prefer. Obviously, a calendar invitation will come out so we can start connecting with our first consultation. I've given you the business email, but I've also given you my private email. If there's any queries or concerns outside of hours, I want you to use that. If there's any problems with any emails, feel free. Have any problems technically getting connected, then make sure that you don't miss out and that you send me a private email, and make sure that you indicate which offer that you're taking advantage of, because like I said, it won't be available in the near future, and I want to make sure that if you're one of the first 8, that you actually get in as one of the first 8, and you can take advantage of that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to take a break for half an hour, and I'm going to leave up this screen which has got the emails and the websites. I want you to send me an email and say hi. Dive over to the Thrivecart and make sure that you take advantage of the offers that are there. Don't miss out. That's the most important thing. And like I said, I've just put my private email address there if you have any issues or any concerns. So we're going to pause. I'm going to let you take an opportunity. If you want to have a consultation, talk through. Some people want more details and they want to dive deeper into how we can work this together. And that's so important that you do that. If you want to connect, we will have an appointment with Calendly. I can give you a quick call and we can talk about how we work through this and what kind of payment structure you would like to have when you want to start your first call. We really like to get our first calls straight away. We go straight into our strategic plans. We go straight into our interviews and some of our done-for-you products. And the reason we're doing that is because our training, the live webinar, won't happen until early new year. So it gives us an opportunity to start really thinking about your area of expertise right now. So with that, I'm going to, if you have any questions, email me. If you have, you want to speak about a payment plan, or you want to speak to me about moving forward, how we can work together, whether we're suited, or more details about the programs, feel free to email me. And otherwise, if you're one of those people that just knows that they're determined to get on board with their branding and make sure that they're appropriately positioned as the authority, they're taking advantage of the paid in full opportunity, or they're making sure that they're one of the first 8 and they're getting that done. So either email me or go over to the sales page and make sure that you get registered as one of the first 8 to ensure that you get that extra time and resources from us, because that's the only time we don't do work with you or done with you outside of our programs, because of the intensity and the time it takes to actually work with our clients. So they're really important and very valuable extra resources that we've included in the package. And it's just because I really do want to make sure that my clients, as we're walking through the full 36 weeks, we're looking at 3 12-week programs. So the whole of next year, you're going to be very focused on your personal brand, and you're going to have incredible and outrageous success. And, you're going to need to have these done with you or done for you projects to support you as you inevitably get those opportunities to talk or to be interviewed. I mean, one of my clients just recently, the very fact that he said he was being interviewed meant that somebody wanted him to immediately start working on a project with him. And it's one of those things, positioning yourself with a book or a report saying, this is where, this is my book, positioning yourself as an author. You suddenly are able to, position yourself very well. And let's take advantage of those programs or those extra strategic resources so that we can work together on those. So I'm going to leave you with that for half an hour. Come back and we'll finish off the afternoon with our 2 other sessions. Take advantage of these opportunities. They're not available all the time, like I said. And I'll put up the clock, and so you can come back in half an hour. And I look forward, if there's any questions, feel free to drop them into the email, and I'll talk with you shortly. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. So we need to ask the question, what did you learn? What did you discover? What do I need to know? If there's something that you think we love to share our ahas. So please write them down. Make sure that you document what you learnt and what you thought about as you're moving through that last part of our presentation. So you know how to build a powerful personal brand, create a brand that attracts opportunities, develop a personal brand that reflects your potential and your goals, differentiate your brand, and brand yourself as the authority. We're really going to be looking at, actually, what I'll do just quickly, I will quickly just run through. I had a couple of questions, and I will make sure that you understand what's going on insofar as in relationship to our brand yourself for profit package, what's required of you. So people said, what do I need to do? Really, we're looking for enthusiasm, willingness, and time to work on supercharging your business. We need you to take initiative and have the ability to work independently, although there are some done with you. Have that can-do attitude and really be fun to work with. And so we want to, you need to be flexible on how to improve your business and look at, taking on board some of the suggestions that we might make insofar as improving your business brand. Obviously, attending all our group trainings and implementing the learnings is really vital. Like I said, we have that payment plan program, the 6 monthly installments of $1,997 on commencement of the program, or you can take advantage of the single payment, pay in full $9,997 if you choose to pay up front And so what's not covered is, those expenses related to running your business and your website, the administration, marketing, advertising, software, legal, and accounting fees. We're really looking at you if you want to host a website, want to work on a website, want to look at business cards or brochures or stationery. There are expenses where you will be accountable and they will be related to your normal business running. And by way of a disclaimer, I should have mentioned this earlier. You agree that the provider and the other members of the program are not responsible for any success or failure that you may have as a result of this agreement. You understand that your individual success will be determined by your own desire, dedication, and effort and motivation to work and follow the program. You agree not to hold the provider or any of the members of the program liable or accountable in any way for any failure of the service to live up to your expectations. So it really does require you to commit to the program fully. It's an intensive program. It's not a overnight program. You really are going to be working methodically and systematically on your brand over the next 12 months, like I said. So just in summary of the offer, we've got the 3 training programs: Brand Yourself Action Plan, $4,997, Brand Yourself the Expert, $4,997, Brand Yourself the Authority, $4,997. So our total training programs are $14,991. And I wanted to make sure that this package include all those strategic resources to support you so you can really come out of the gate well prepared. So looking at strategic plan, coaching calls related to each of the training programs, $2,997, scripts, templates, checklists, that's $1,497. I actually think that's really undervalued, but I think it's fair to put a price to some of these checklists and templates that I've been creating. Private community on Facebook, $1,497, just means that you can really check in and I can help also assist with some feedback. Your expert interview, $1,497. Your authority report, $1,497. Your signature keynote, $1,497. So those additional strategic resources is $10,482. And we've got those special bonuses if the 3 intensive coaching calls, like one for each training program, $2,997. The VIP pass to our monthly coaching membership for $3,564, and then access to our A-list lounge pass done for you or done with you program. That's valued at $4,491. So our special bonuses are valued at $11,052. And so all up, you're looking at the training programs, $14,991, the bonus strategic resources, $10,482, the special bonuses, $11,052. So the total value is $36,525. And, normally we would make this about $24,000, $25,000, but we're not doing that. We're not doing it at $14,997. Today we're looking at $9,997, or the 30 monthly payments of $997. That's $12,996. So if you want to take advantage of the one-off payment, there's obviously the bonuses. If you want to take advantage of a payment plan over the 13 months, then please write to me. If you want to take advantage of the 6 monthly payments, that's available over there as well. So like I said, we've got a special limited or strictly limited bonus for those who are taking action immediately. And we offer additional private strategic coaching call, and there's also an unadvertised bonus included in that, and that's valued at $4,497. I don't talk about that because other people will want it. And it's really one of those things that's tied to those people who are action takers. So go across to jumptheq.thrivecart.com/BYFP. Take advantage of that. Over the total value of the programs, resources, the special bonuses, the action taker bonus is $41,022. And so make sure you jump the queue and take action right now. Go across to jumptheq.thrivecart.com/BYFP and take advantage of that. Like I said, your satisfaction is guaranteed. You've got nothing to lose except your old brand and old image. And like I said, we've got that pay in full, and you get the bonus month with the VIP lounge. That's 40. Oh, it's A-list actually, and that's 1,497. Full access to the Brand Yourself action plan. So instead of waiting for it to be released monthly or as the live webinar series occurs, we'll release that in full immediately. 2,497. So the paid in full value is $3,994. So the total value is $42,022. Although my addition and subtraction may be a little bit off today. So when looking at a total package today of $9,997. Like I said, the 6 monthly payments are there. If you'd like to give me an email and or hit reply to the invite so I know which offer you're taking advantage of. Remember, there is the 13 monthly payments as well. Make sure that you get across, take advantage of these VIP offers because they're incredible value. This is not going to be offered beyond today. So it's one of those things where, or beyond this presentation. So if you are very interested, take advantage so you can get the action, take advantage, pay in full so you can get the price discount plus those special bonuses and the unadvertised bonus as well. Go across to thrivecart.com or jumptheq.thrivecart.com/BYFP and grab that there. So let's dive into part 3, 5 vital success strategies to help you build your personal brand. And so we're going to touch on over the next half an hour is these 5 strategies to build your personal brand: your brand purpose, your brand position, brand preparation, brand practice, brand promise. And so we're looking, this is not content necessarily from the training programs. This is something where I really wanted you to think about what you're trying to achieve here. And woven throughout all of our training programs is this focus. So it's not like we just go, oh, well, here, let's look at our purpose. It's something that we are constantly reviewing. We're going, are we still on purpose? Are we still on purpose? Are we still on purpose? Is this continuing to position us? Is this continuing to position us? Where does this position us? Is this the preparation we need? So you understand what I'm saying. These are success strategies that aren't just one-off. They're literally woven throughout all of our training programs. So we're talking about preparation. We're talking about practice. We're talking about our promise. These are really very foundational to a brilliant personal brand. And so one of the things that I as I was introducing myself earlier, I was talking about my story, and my story was that I studied economics, went on to industrial relations, and then, because I had this very strong industrial relations background, strategic image management, I really understood branding very well. And so when I was writing the book and developing the resources around Brand Yourself, the book, and launching it, I was able to really connect and move. People were saying, Rachel, this is something we have never heard before in relation to personal branding. And the reason was because I was moving it away from your personal image or your personal style into looking at how big businesses were applying branding principles to their business. And so how personal brands that had that level of business acumen and marketing acumen were building their brands. And it was through these big business branding principles. And so I was probably one of the very first people. If you read my content now, read the book, there's nowhere in the world that's talking literally the same way that I talk, because it comes with the nuance and the strategic image management, as well as the business acumen of management systems and understanding processes and procedures and how we connect our internal brand communication plans with our external brand communication plans. And so, it's all tied to understanding how your life experiences, your life lessons really connect to your life purpose, and how, ultimately you have to step into your authority. One of the things that really aided me was, one, talking about my branding and developing the handouts and the worksheets, creating the resources that I did for clients, but really nailing it with writing the book. So researching, writing the book, and then creating the training program, and really stepping into my authority and recognizing I was producing something that was quite unique and extraordinary as a result. And that was being recognized. I had New York bestsellers, Raymond Aaron, him providing a testimonial around the book. Scott Letourneau inviting me to speak to some of his Fortune 500 clients, being invited to speak on Voice America. Great opportunities come when you really do step into your authority and understand it's related to your purpose. And, all the things that have happened and the opportunities that I've been provided have really elevated, and I've been able to leverage. Like as I'm talking now, it's one of those things, how often, or, who gets to take 3 months off and sit in a ski resort writing up their training programs and presentations? Very few people. But it's one of those things where I was afforded the opportunity. I wanted to speak in the US. I said yes to it, and then I went and leased a condo in Stratton Mountain Resort in Vermont. And if you know Stratton Mountain, it's a beautiful, beautiful mountain, and it's also a very wealthy mountain. So the people that have houses on the mountain, literally on the slopes, are some of the wealthiest people in the world. So it's really making sure you understand how sometimes your purpose can give you these opportunities. You can say yes to them or no to them. It's a stepping stone process, and it's that preparation and practice that enables you to say yes to those opportunities. And if I hadn't have been committed to, one, my purpose, two, positioning myself as authority by writing the book, I wouldn't have been able to, I wouldn't have been invited to the US. I wouldn't have been invited to speak on the Money Answers show, Voice America. If I hadn't been sufficiently prepared, I wouldn't have been able to make sales from stage in the US. I wouldn't have US clients. And, because I was I was doing live webinars. I literally did a live webinar every week for nearly 2 years. And, just recently, if you're been kind of tracking with me, I am now literally on 90 days going live every day on, live on social media. So I'm going across Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, as well as X Space. And that's something that not everyone does. And it's really about brand awareness. I'm testing some of the commentary around one of my training programs. And so it's kind of one of those things. It's that practice of going live. So now I literally can go live in 5 minutes. It's something where if you're going to be moving into this space as a coach or author, presenter, you need to practice just on those technical aspects. So some people might, go, oh my goodness. It's different when you're going into Zoom meeting and you're not on the control end, but when you're actually the one presenting, it's a very different space. And also, actually creating the presentations. A lot of people don't go to the level of detail that I do. And I like to make sure that, if I'm going to be talking about branding, that my presentations are well branded as well. I do play with them. I do actually experiment with colors and contrast and try, all sorts of things. I really do practice what I preach. And so that practice makes you competent, and it's really important that over time you develop a level of confidence around your expertise and talking about it, which often is the case. It's just making sure that it's documented. It's making sure that you create the keynote create the signature keynote, create the author report, the authority report, or your interview. And I always talk about your promise. You know, you need to deliver on your promise. And so I talk about our success rate, and that's because I offer personal attention to all my clients. I want to make sure they're tracking with success. I don't just, you know, take their money. I actually want to make sure that they're investing in themselves. I'm very committed to their success, making sure that they live out their purpose and their mission. And so the heart of personal branding really is to find your purpose, defining who you really are. And that means to build a strong brand requires you to have a very clear understanding of your true authentic self. And to be authentic is to be transparent. Your purpose is really connected to why you're here. What's your intention? What's your purpose? Why do you exist? And I don't think it's just really to watch TV. And you know, you have a real purpose, and it's important that you connect with it. And that therefore, we need to be representing ourselves fairly accurately at all times. I mean, we can, you know, we're not perfect, but we need to attempt to represent ourselves accurately and ensure that people get the right impressions. And, you know, beyond our circumstances, sometimes circumstances, you know, we've just gone through a flood disaster in the Northern Rivers, and, you know, a lot of people have significant losses and been displaced. And, you know, it's one of those things where beyond your circumstances, you need to represent yourself. We need to make sure. Let me just let me streamline the rest of this presentation. So, one of the biggest mistakes people make, and brand strategists alike, is creating a personal brand without a true intention. And what I really like to do, and why people often comment about it, is because we really connect with purpose. You can create a brand, design a logo, create a persona per se, but if it doesn't have true intention, if it's not on purpose, then it's not going to deliver. And what happens is it will fail. And so why I am so committed to people finding their purpose, being meaningful and purposeful in their lives, and in connecting with the true intention, is so that they remain on purpose, they remain successful. And success doesn't mean that you're always celebrating wins. It just means that, you know, whatever path you're on and the pieces of the puzzle that you're experiencing, that they connect. You know, your personal brand is shaped by your core values, your passions, personal characteristics or traits, unique and signature talents and accomplishments, and your goals. And I talked about your brand purpose and how I like to align it to Captain America, Steve Rogers, the civilian rejected by the Second World War Army recruiting, went on to become selected because of his rejection to be a candidate for the special operation, you know, Operation Rebirth, which was creating super soldiers, and they were administered the super soldier serum. And so this very ordinary, you know, rejected person became a superhero. He became Captain America. The comment that I made earlier is that really his skill and abilities it wasn't exposed until he was in the right environment. Sometimes, if you don't move out of your comfort zones and move yourself into the environment where you're able to represent your expertise, then people will miss it. You know, very important that we step into that. And I talked about President Zelensky from Ukraine, and Slava Ukraine, and thank you for your bravery, and glory to the Ukrainian armed forces. It's one of those things where his background is very interesting compared to where he is right now as a war hero and, you know, a leader leading a nation, inspiring confidence and creating spirit. And it's one of those things in the middle of a war. And we want to make sure that we're connected to our purpose. Could this person have done what he has done if he hadn't have had the previous life experiences, if he hadn't have connected with this purpose? Because no doubt we're given opportunities to go different paths, and we need to make those decisions. We need to go, you know what, we're stepping here into this. And did some of the context and the background give him an insight into this journey? Yes, it did. Did his career and training and education lend itself to being able to support this journey? Absolutely. Other people would not have necessarily had the confidence or the ability or the experience or the family history to really be able to take this journey and have the victory that's inevitable. So you need to be really recognizing your own unique experience and background and how it's connected to your purpose as well. Your authority is founded in your authenticity. To build a compelling and appealing personal brand, you must be able to clearly define who you are, what you stand for, and the results that you wish to achieve. We talked about life experiences aligned to your life purpose. We know God has a strategic purpose for your life. I say it's a God-given assignment. You are uniquely positioned to help somebody, and that somebody who has had similar experiences, who would love to ask you how you managed, how you survived, how you got through it, how you stayed sane, how did you regain hope? How do you rebuild your life? How do you cope? How did you cope? How have you fought this? How have you lived to tell the tale? Is how I say. So you are uniquely positioned to be a solution and an answer, and to be the superhero to somebody. Somebody needs to hear your message. Somebody needs your help. Somebody is searching for an answer and a solution that you are ideally positioned to deliver. My goal for each client is to help them recognize they are blessed to be a blessing and to discover their true purpose. And that you're really on this personal crusade. You're now on your own personal crusade to create a recognizable and favorable identity within your marketplace, and it will now become part of your life forever. So you kind of, like I said, you step off the cliff, and this becomes intrinsically part of your thinking as you move forward. So we believe discovering your purpose is so important that we have developed a process of unearthing your gifts and your talents, creating a questionnaire for discovering your purpose, and developing a brand yourself action plan to build your profile and establish your personal brand as the authority in your industry. And that's very true. The questionnaire, literally, it's one of those kind of very introspective journaling processes where it's inevitable that your purpose will surface as you walk through the process. So our success strategy number 2 is all about your positioning. An important distinction to successful branding is to design your personal brand with your goal in mind. Positioning your brand as the authority or the market niche leader is our goal. We talked about Jack Welch, and, if you're not in the top couple of companies, then really you like, he would sell you off. And so was that motivation for performance? Absolutely. And what the rationale is that the top 20% have 80% of the market share, if we think about Pareto's principle. And so if you're in the lower end of the marketplace, you might be in the 20% that literally the 80% that is fighting over the 20% scraps, as I say. Notice we are intentional when we use the term the authority, not an authority. Anyone can become an authority on a subject. Our goal is to create your personal brand as the only choice brand, the authority. So we're very intentional about our language there. As mentioned, it's important to review and create your branding through this filter and positioning your brand as the authority. And we developed a brand yourself action plan through this filter. So this is really quite unique. No one else talks about it. I mean, people might come into a design brief and say, oh, we're the authority, or we want to be the authority. But this is woven throughout the whole action plan. It's woven from, it's not a request. This is our intention for our brands. When we develop our Brand Yourself action plan through this filter and with this distinction in mind, it can promote subtle adjustments that will distinguish and differentiate your brand. There's no doubt about that. Imagine you're creating a business brand for a professional accounting firm. The concepts are smart, professional, crisp, appropriate. Now imagine creating a business brand for the leading accounting firm, one of the top 5 in the country. Would your branding step up a notch, become more cutting edge, promote a new level of attention to detail? Absolutely. Therefore, it's important to review and create your branding through this filter and positioning. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that a little later. I talked about positioning your brand, and I quoted Scott Letourneau, how he said that about me, that personal branding is so important for business owners, for professionals, executives, authors, speakers, trainers, and you want to be the person that people interview as the authority. You need to strategically position yourself. Look at those 9 principles for positioning your brand as the authority. We're going to walk through them we're going to walk through them right now. Not in detail, just I'm going to walk through the acronym. A is for attributes, U is for unique, T is for territory, H is for hook, O is for opportunity, R is for liability, I is for image, T is for trustworthy, and Y is for yourself. And so we talked about the importance of preparation throughout the presentation earlier, and I was attempting to quote Julia Roberts and Oprah. So Oprah quotes Julia Roberts of Pretty Woman fame, saying, "Luck or success is when opportunity meets preparation." And like I said, it's actually an old philosopher's quote. And it's really that point of convergence where you have an opportunity and you're sufficiently prepared to be able to say yes to it. And sometimes you have to be opportunistic and say yes to it, even though you're not prepared, which is why I landed in Las Vegas and why I was at Stratton Mountain Resort for 3 months. Sitting there writing and writing the presentation, writing the training program that I was going to deliver and sell from stage for $2,500. And so it's one of those things where you need to have that level of preparation and be able to say yes to opportunities, or understand your own capacity or ability and your own level of preparedness to be able to say yes. So to be competent, be prepared, be confident in your abilities. Knowledge is the surest way to make a credible name for yourself as becoming the recognized expert. You can leverage that knowledge into the halo of authority. We talked about the halo effect. So this is really a halo of authority. These can cement your place as a leader in your market niche or niche. You need to become your own brand strategist. We talked about you being your own PR department. You need to be your own brand strategist and really be thinking through how you move forward, positioning and preparing for your brand. And that's why the action plan is so useful. It's a guide, and we have so many questions and checklists and work journal aspects to process that you're heading in the right direction. Personal branding takes time, up to 12 months, to design and create your brand, develop your brand tools, and get your message out to your target market. If you remain focused on the long-term goal, you are more purposeful in your weekly activities, and personal brand will change your life forever. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we all have a personal brand, and if you're not focused on your personal brand, then somebody's communicating about your personal brand by the very fact that they're communicating about their own and positioning themselves as a brand leader. So if they're the brand leader, what does that mean about you? You're not, unless you're countering that message. And so you need to be really conscientious walking through this process. And we do it in such a methodical way that it really just becomes part of an overlay of your thinking. Branding is to be purposefully and persistently deliver a positive personal performance message to your preferred market. I'm really big on alliteration. You might see that. And sometimes I get a little bit too excited about it. Building a persuasive and powerful brand cannot be achieved overnight. It's something that is nurtured over time and cannot be rushed. And I say that because you can create a logo and a brand, but it's the nuance, it's the language, it's the voice, it's the messaging, it's the tactics that you embed into your craft and into your content that really does take time. And sometimes, and that's why I say it does, you are able to kind of flush out your purpose because it becomes something that we're excavating, and there's nuance and there's more nuance. And if we miss the nuance, you miss that refinement. You might miss the real true essence of your brand. It is something you can, however, plan and manage easily by being prepared. Our goal is to develop an action plan that will prepare you for the opportunities that will now come your way as you build your profile. To rebadge you or your business can be seen by some as an enormous task, and some people are overwhelmed by it. And, when you think about your customer touch points, when you think about where is your brand connecting with people, there's so many. And the question is, if you are reviewing the message that's being conveyed, what is it saying about you? Does it need to be rebadged? Does it need to be reviewed, upgraded, or improved? It can seem like a big job. And yet, if we do it in a step-by-step methodical process, we can tackle it, and we don't need to tackle it all at once. So this preparation really does produce payoffs. One of the best methods to overcome fear and take advantage of opportunities that may come your way is to anticipate challenges and be over-prepared for them. If you're considering leaving your job, this may mean budgeting wisely and saving money regularly so that you can, cover those startup costs, provide for your household as your usual contribution. And I talk about creating your competitive edge here. And I may have mentioned Marina earlier. She talks about the importance of the action plan, and it was an invaluable source of inspiration and guidance to her business, which relied heavily on personal branding. And this is really about being methodical, creating that competitive edge, positioning your brand to stand out from the crowd. The reason why it's so important for her is because she was direct sales. And so she had that one-on-one customer contact. She had in a network marketing arena where she had, so many other competitors promoting the same product, using the same marketing material. And so the question is, how do you stand out when you are literally almost, identical to your competitor? And I think that is the challenge for any business, to remain differentiated, to remain relevant, irrespective of your size, irrespective of what your products are, because we know there's so many competitors' products that, how do you remain competitive? How do you remain identified and distinguished from alternatives? So we talk about our preparation, everything before everything else, get ready. Getting ready is the secret to success. Henry Ford said that. So getting ready. And, I did a study around the manufacturing and the design of Ford vehicles. It's very interesting. And so I talk about that in some of our training programs. There is any number of how-to programs available on the market. For example, there are numerous products on how to become a better speaker, how to write an ebook. Our objective is to assist you to prepare for those opportunities and those adventures. So, if you're working with us, it doesn't exclude you working with another program. For example, if you're writing a book, then what we're developing is going to be so supportive in that process. If you're going to become a speaker, what we're doing is going to really underpin that and be very supportive in that process. And so it really is well aligned to other training programs, and it really underpins them. To be honest, it should go before them. However, that isn't always the case, but it's one of those things that it lends itself to other training programs. For example, you can elect to become a speaker and go to platform skills training and improve your performance while on stage. Our programs and objectives seek to prepare you for those opportunities to speak. So we're talking about your personal brand. Obviously, we would be talking about your professional image. We'd also be talking about your materials and how you brand yourself, what is going to be your signature keynote speech, what's going to be your signature product, what are you promoting, etc. So, and by way of preparation, what we do is we have a checklist around these type of things where you're developing your bio, you're doing your headshot photo, overview of your presentation, speaker introduction, presentation handouts of free reports, maybe an offering. So you have an offering sheet, the follow-up emails, templates to say thank you, and, to request feedback. And we also have templates for obtaining testimonials. So we like to have this kind of level of preparation so that when you get to the point of being a presenter or a speaker, you're very well prepared, you're very comfortable with your brand, and it's really allowing your expertise to shine. We talked about developing your personal crusade to establish a great personal brand. We have developed the action plan, which outlines those 10 action steps. And it's really in order to brand you for success. That is ultimately the outcome that we want to achieve. And we monitor and manage your personal brand. That's something that really enters your psyche, like I said, and it affects every activity in your future. And so your goal is to devise your brand yourself action plan and get on with it. So, obviously we've developed the action plan that we would use to take you from designing your brand, deploying your brand, to dominating your marketplace as the brand expert. You need to develop an action plan. You need to have a strategic plan, a strategic vision, an action plan to help you and support you in that process. Goals require careful focus, thoughtful planning, followed by careful focus, thoughtful action. So I am going to just quickly walk through some of our action steps from the Brand Yourself Action Plan, just so you get a handle on these. This is where you need to start creating an action plan. We kind of walk through them very quickly, the action steps. I haven't really went into any detail, but let me just quickly touch on some of the content without going into too much detail. Action step 1, discover your existing personal brand, really involves that honest assessment of your existing brand and reviewing your existing image, skills, and performance. And so what we look at is your existing brand, your story, your reputation, first impressions, last impressions, your image, your performance, your responses, your habits, and complete a personal SWOT analysis around that. So you'll see from my languaging, I say yours, your story, your reputation. That's something that that I created. It's part of our voice. And so you'll see your brand strategic call, whatever. So we obviously walk through some of these details and they become embedded in your branding. Action step number 2, determine your brand's target audience. To ensure you give your brand the correct focus, provide to your clients the benefits they require and meet their expectations, you need to know who your customers are really thoroughly. And so we have that personal brand target. The goal of your brand is targeting the best prospects, developing a unique market niche, positioning your business as the best solution, maintaining visibility and credibility, becoming the only choice brand. Action step number 3, define your true personal brand. Personal branding is defining your brands, your dreams, and putting them into action. Your personal brand is the outer workings of your life purpose. When we look at action step number 3, we look at 3 parts: the vision and the mission, we look at the skill set, and we look at the mindset. Action step number 4, dominate your market as the authority. An important distinction to successful branding is to design your personal brand with your goal in mind. Positioning your brand as the authority or as a market niche leader is our goal, like we said. Action step number 5, design your unique personal brand. This section we consider 4 steps to creating your personal brand identity and style guide. If you haven't already looked at creating a style guide for your brand, I'm not talking about your I'm talking about your visual identity of your brand, not necessarily your personal image or professional image. And so the major elements of that personal brand identity, they are made up of your brand name, brand associations, brand messages, symbolism, image. And we go on to kind of embed some of the other issues that others don't necessarily look at. They might look at archetypes. We go into what's your ideal work lifestyle, personal brand personality. They might consider that as well. Target audience communication, color strategy, your online branding, domain names. And we've been quite strategic about that as well. Action step number 6, design your unique personal brand. You start to identify your best colors, styles, personality, attitude, recognize and become comfortable with your own personal style, signature style markers or statement pieces, and then fully integrate them into your personal brand strategic style. So it's really your personal strategic style that we're looking at. And as part of that, designing that unique personal brand, we look at what's impacting or creating an impact, more importantly, with your image, your personal brand presence, your personality style, strategic identity, signature style markers. And so even though they're just a dot point, there's actually a lot of content within each of these. We really do a deep dive into what is making a statement about you and looking at all sorts of visual cues about you. Action step number 7, devise your personal brand marketing plan. This step will assist you market, package, and promote yourself to achieve your personal brand goals. The how part of the personal brand is to have a solid marketing plan. And so we talk about the marketing mix and we add extra content to it. So we also look at the marketing mix. We do a situational analysis or a marketing plan and do the SWOT analysis. And, it sounds pretty onerous, but it's not. We don't keep it, it's not a, voluminous issue. It's something that we do quickly and make sure that we touch on those bases, thinking about our pricing strategy, thinking about our promotion, thinking about our preparation, positioning, etc. We look at marketing plans, marketing strategies, your go-to-market strategy, as well as your brand positioning. Action step number 8, decide your desired outcomes, resources, and skill set. Strategic brand planning will be the keystone to your brand success. And your planning your resource requirements is very valuable and often an overlooked component of personal brand planning. This is really critical supply chain stuff. Critical to your project management, critical to your critical path. And so if we're going to create or hit a milestone, what do we need to achieve it? What resources do we need? What time allocation? What income? What time commitments? Looking at all those things. If we want to be an authority in our field, recognize that we're going to potentially be interviewed or be asked to speak. So we need to develop our signature style or our strategic style. We need to have platform skills. We need to understand interview skills if that's the case. And so these are things that, if you're going to have that opportunity, you need to start preparing for it now. Are you going to be asked for resources? And like we said, when we went through that list of preparation for our speakers, having that all pre-prepared means that when you get asked, you can immediately say yes and hand over your bio photo, etc. Action step number 9, deploy your personal brand message. Visibility is more important than ability. And it is, in a sense, let me just explain why I say that. Because when we think about brand name awareness, we're talking about a direct correlation between a brand name awareness and market share. So if you're not visible, therefore, it's impacting on your brand. There's that concept of the better known brand is the better brand, even if it is or isn't. And it's really one of those things where image is worth a ton of performance, I say. Ultimately, performance has to match your image. In a competitive, fast-moving global economy, you must be noticed in order to succeed. When working remotely, your visibility may increase if you're not on your social media platforms or not on your platform. Ensure that you're communicating your value with every email, with every post, with every phone call, whatever the case may be. Make sure that your brand message, it's deploying your personal brand message, that's well considered, well developed. We look at your compelling brand message. We're crafting your brand message. We're incorporating testimonials and endorsements. We're looking at your customer buying strategies, your action taking. So what are you doing as part of your brand messaging? Where is your brand message being conveyed? How do you create a communication plan? And then we look at a launch plan for launching a successful brand with a communication plan. And like I always say, action is foundational. It's a foundational key to all success. I think Picasso said that first. So action step number 10, deliver your personal brand promise. You want to have an incredibly positive personal brand, and it comes down to your personal performance. You must consistently, persistently deliver on your promise, because your brand promise is the most important aspect of your brand. So ultimately, your performance must match your brand promise. I need to take a sip of water. To ensure you deliver your personal brand promise, it becomes vital to monitor your brand's performance in relation to the following areas: your customer satisfaction, your customer touch points, your human touch, your nurtured target audience, your promise delivered, your reputation, your goodwill, your mistakes, and how you manage your mistakes. And so with that, I'm going to pause for 15 minutes. Actually, let's make it 8. We'll come back at 2:30, which will pull us up right on 4 o'clock. So I look forward to have a quick glass of water or a cup of coffee and come back, because I'm going to share with you some really important strategies for positioning your brand to dominate your marketplace. So won't put the clock back on, but I will pause and come back at 1:30. Okay, well, welcome back. We're going to get started. We're on the home straight. And so we're going to do a quick check-in process. We looked at some of those success strategies. What did you learn? What did you discover? What do I need to know? Is there something that you feel, what's that aha that you've had around that? And as we kind of move into part 4, how to design your personal brand to dominate your market, we've talked about branding yourself as the authority. We've talked about positioning your brand, and we've touched on the fact that there are these principles. What I wanted to do is literally just touch on them a little bit more deeply, finish off on a bit of a case study, so you can see an illustration of how you might go about positioning your brand. We talked about the purpose of your brand. It has 2 main objectives. One is to differentiate yourself. The other is to achieve those desired results. We know that our elements of our brand strategy include those 2 main elements. One is your brand identity, the visual brand identity, as well as the non-visual aspect of it, as well as your brand name awareness. So what's in the hearts and minds of your customers and your clients, or your prospects and your customers, and then your clients. And so we have 4 phases of branding. Step 1 is to identify your existing brand. Step 2, determine your preferred brand. Step 3, see where there's the missed message or the mismatch between what is the existing and what is your preferred. Plan those strategic aspects. And that's really about ensuring that anything that's negative or negatively impacting on your brand, that you can work on improving and upgrading that immediately. The reason why that is so important, and we talked about those deadly mistakes and what can prevent you from really focusing on your branding, is often we want to improve our brand or upgrade our brand. We want to, launch brands and have these incredibly sophisticated market plans. And yet we have this situation where we have a negative impactor. And this comes across my desk quite regularly, where it might be frontline staff, that are reception, or we've had premium price charges being questioned, and it's because the overall look and feel has been disconnected with the actual brand promise. And so we want to be strategic in looking at anything that might be a negative impactor on our brand. Implementing our new brand or upgrading those other issues. That's why we developed this 30-day strategic plan, so that we could really methodically walk through this process. We accelerate your success. I mean, we do this. It's one of those things where we take it over 12 weeks because it gives you time to actually breathe and process and work on your brand in a very strategic way. You could do it in a much shorter period of time. For example, I often in the past have gone to Hawaii for a couple of weeks and did a strategic planning session on my own brand, on my own business. And so, you lock off a week or 2 weeks to actually just physically work on your business and on its strategic planning, and then the outworkings of that. So we know to accelerate your success, when you start building a powerful, a persuasive brand, that you can have instant credibility, instant celebrity. You walk in a room, people pay attention, they take notice. You become the keynote speaker. You're given instant credibility. To create a brand that attracts clients, promoters, JV opportunities, you gain a competitive edge. You can premium price yourself and brand yourself as the authority. And so branding is based on a number of assumptions, really. And the assumption is that you are the product. Personal branding is about you recognizing or making that kind of link that you are the product, you are the package. Your employer, colleagues, prospects, or customers are the consumers of your product. Your job is to influence the consumers of your product to purchase you instead of your competitor. And you must tell your target market why they should choose you over your competitor. You need to position yourself so there is no alternative. You are the only choice brand. Personal branding relies largely on our ability to communicate. You can express your potential quietly and effectively without saying a word. You think of your professional image, you think of your presentation, you think of your PowerPoints, your brochures, your websites, all those things speak to your brand and your brand message and your brand promise, and they can effectively speak for you. So we talked about that question of being introverted or extroverted. You can really develop a brand that doesn't rely on you being the talking head and being the extrovert and being salesy. It really can be quietly and gently done more effectively if you're not necessarily speaking. And we know that 7% of an overall judgment about your business is the words you say. So we know it's visual. We know it's tonality. Oops, let me go back. Your personal brand should reflect your abilities, your unique attributes and potential. Your brand positioning is different. It's also about seeing who you could be. So sometimes that's the distinction of our branding. We see who you could be, while others will say, well, this is who you are. We're saying this is who you could be. And we position you to be the could be person. You need to brand yourself to be different. And personal branding is about promoting what's true and unique about you and letting your target audience know. It's also about positioning your personal brand to differentiate yourself from your competitors. How do you do that? A compelling personal brand is one which is easily identifiable. easily identified personal identity. It stimulates a positive emotional response. It embodies specific desired values and qualities. And so, it goes to that question of what's in it for me. It's like people are looking for a solution to their problem. They're looking for a savior or a salvation. And it's one of those things where you need to ensure that your personal brand really embodies that solution, the desired values. That's why some brands have been able, like I think about Patagonia, have been able to nurture a client loyalty, which is quite remarkable because of the values that are entrenched into the brand are so well knitted to the customers and clients of the brand. A compelling brand, positioning your brand lies in identifying what's unique about you and your brand. The goal is to designing your personal brand to discover the strongest and most appealing aspect of your character, then promoting that part of us until we become an embodiment of that. And that's in itself is an interesting idea. One of my clients talks about leveraging or capitalizing on that strength. And it is really understanding your brand's personality and recognizing what that one characteristic is. What is the strength? Where are you able to boldly lead your brand? Now, let me do a quick case study on Oprah. I think it's really quite an interesting story. We saw the successful transition of the Oprah Winfrey television program. You might remember that previously she was a news anchor, morning TV, and morning news, I should say. Then she had a program, the Oprah Winfrey program, Oprah Winfrey Show. And at that stage, it was still owned and syndicated by the Kings brothers. And, so it was really one of those things where it was taking ownership of her own brand and also her own program. And then also really trying to position it so she was unique and standing out. This all happened. We saw this happen 25 years ago plus now. The successful transition of her program was during that era where it was sensational, provocative, there was obscure topics. And so Oprah decided to launch a brand new type of show. And it's kind of like you can be the big fish in the small pond, the small fish in the big pond. It's choosing your pond, choosing which type of fish you want to be. And sometimes it's about choosing a new pond. And so really that's what Oprah did. So competing with the Phil Donahues and everyone else, she went, I'm not going to do that style of TV. I'm doing something very differently. She created a whole new genre of morning TV or lunchtime TV, depending on what time zone you're watching it in. So the Oprah brand, for the past decade, the Oprah show has educated the world. This is going back some time now. World on personal responsibility, encouraging personal growth. This has been one of the biggest branding repositioning exercises witnessed on small screen. Would Oprah's core fans follow her? Would they support her platform? Was this the television they wanted to watch? Very, very different, big audiences and very provocative TV, very sensational. And so Oprah's appeal remained despite this new show format and philosophy. And it was a masterful strategy, I believe. Tactical move. Oprah successfully positioned herself in a unique niche. She became the big fish in the little pond, and she had no direct competitors. She had strategically differentiated herself from all the other talk shows, and they were left floundering. They literally ceased to exist because of how she changed TV. So Oprah's considered the queen of personal responsibility. These days I watch Oprah, Oprah's conversation. I watched Oprah's book club, and it's really talks about being responsible. So I really do call her the queen of personal responsibility. And she has been nominated #1 spot on Forbes list of most influential entertainers periodically over the past decade to 2 decades. And no one questions her authority or her influence. And and it's interesting because where she has had personal conflict, she's actually usually resolved that on live TV. And she's remained committed to being responsible, even if it means confronting her own personal responsibilities. And they've come up. The author of one of the books, choosing to promote certain guests and making that decision never to do that again. What else? Her own personal habits that were, she was questioning somebody and then had to really kind of consider how that may have been something that she may have done in the past as well. So, having that judgment of somebody when in actual fact you did that. So you can't necessarily denigrate or dismiss somebody when in actual fact your behavior may have been the same or worse. So we see this repositioning of the Oprah brand to personify her personal brand and remain true to her values. She truly embodies the principles of taking personal responsibility for your choices. She walks her talk in an effort to remain or maintain her integrity with her audience. And so in the book, Oprah Speaks, the author says this: Oprah's star status didn't just land in her lap. A daunting work ethic, excellent time management, amazing business acumen, and a massive dose of showmanship made her the #1 talk show host worldwide. And, I think you could equally say this about Madonna. Her work ethic, her time management, her business acumen, very similar. Oxford University has actually did studies around the marketing ability of Madonna. And so likewise with the business acumen of Oprah, people have asked her about how she has developed her brand and her business empire. So she's a very important brand in our culture. Her presence as a brand is embodied by trust, human to human connection, realness. Her audience has come to believe Oprah is real and she's telling the truth. And you may wish to model Oprah and her attributes. One of the things that we do in the action plan is actually think about who has that brand empire that you might want to model and start excavating their values and their beliefs as well as. So it's that kind of mind mapping. Why is position important? In fact, your personal brand affects everything. It's affecting your marketability, your market position, market penetration, your ability to attract and keep clients, the prices that clients are willing to pay for your products and services. That's why positioning is so important. You're gain a competitive edge so you can premium price yourself, but it's also on that flip side, ensuring that you can ask those prices without being questioned. So why is positioning important? You can strategically manage expectations to your personal brand for the deliberate attributes, actions, and non-actions. You can become a compelling and captivating personal brand. Therefore, the goal is for you to become known entirely for who you are as a person and what you stand for. So your brand really does communicate what you stand for. And there's 1,000 methods to market your personal brand. And this is really bringing it back to some really solid strategies. And we look at, let me just talk you through this. Following is an overview of the most successful methods of generating significant publicity and promotional opportunities, as well as positioning your brand as the authority within your marketplace. For example, and we talk about these as positioning tools, like become the keynote speaker, become the author, become the columnist or the journalist, become the online media expert, the media personality, television, radio celebrity, might be a podcast celebrity, online web celebrity. So it might be a YouTube presenter, might be an author on Amazon, marketplace platform specialist. Like you might be somebody that is, consider a guru on Amazon or Shopify or Etsy or whatever the case may be, becoming a resource center for your industry, and then just becoming that media celebrity. So brand yourself like Oprah. The question is, are you differentiating your brand or personal brand to establish yourself as the authority in your marketplace? Are you positioning your brand as the only choice brand? And so let's walk through these strategic positioning principles. We've touched on the acronym, so I want to dive into it so that you can really start thinking about your own authority and how you can generate that positioning for yourself. I apologize. I've duplicated that slide. So we're going to walk through this acronym authority. And so A is for attributes. What's the best positive personality attitudes and attributes to support your brand? And I've got an image here of Richard Branson, and he's fun, he's likable, he's a character, he's a disruptive leader as well, and not afraid to make mistakes. He's all about the what if, like what if you did do this, what would happen? And so that's why he created the Virgin brand. And so I asked the question, what is your best attribute, Mr. Strong? And I liken it to the Little Miss characters, or you might liken it to the Spice Girls, where, I'm making you recall some of this stuff where they each had their own very distinctive personality. That's the Spice Girls. And we know from all the case studies, the research studies on top salesmanship or top performers within sales, that when you ask the client who purchased the products from these top performers, how come you purchased from them? They basically are responding by saying, I purchased from that person because they were a nice person. And so we know that being nice is important. What is nice? How do we define nice? Which is really important as we're moving into the Christmas season. Like Santa can put you on the naughty or the nice list, and you need to define it. And so nice is really about making sure that you supply, you're connected with your client, you're connected with your customer, and you're able to offer great customer support. You're able to respond to questions. It's really that customer service level. So our nice people they recall your name. They know things about you that other people don't recall. They respond to your queries and your concerns. They really will go to great lengths to support you and create that great relationship. So it's about building rapport. It's about relationship building, relationship and community engagement. And so Melissa Forum said this, Rachel Quilty's training is priceless. She will tell you what people say about your brand is what you capitalize on to continue to grow your brand. So we talked about becoming known for an attribute, and that's all about becoming unique. How do you express yourself in a unique way? What is distinctive about you? What is a gift or the signature or the manner in which it may be a gift. It could be your signature gift, product, keynote, presentation, or it could be the manner in which you dress. It must be something that really distinguishes you. And so, we think about Madonna, very distinctive physical appearance. Likewise, Michael Jackson, very unique brands. And I love that quote by Judy Garland. She says, always be a first-rate version of yourself instead of a second-rate version of somebody else. T is for authority. Focus your brand on one area of achievement. What one area of specialization will be the most helpful to your brand? What's your niche or niche? And, whether it be customer service, product knowledge, whatever it be, really hone it in and become an expert in that one area. You really need to live and breathe your niche. And Addy from the UK said this, your passion about branding shines through your presentation, and it's evident that you are living and breathing what you are teaching. You are inspirational, Rachel, and you have really made me think about how I brand myself. Thank you, Essex, UK. H is for hook. Be memorable, visible, attention grabbing. What's your claim to fame or shame? What's your celebrity identity? What's your angle, story, hook, your image, your title? You know, there's all these little interesting attributes about you. What's the one that the media journalists would like to pick up on? That's what we're talking about when we're talking about hook. It's a PR term. And it's that angle. What's the hook that's related to this person that we can kind of build the story off? The other, often people are a referral. They'll refer you just because they know you. So it's a really important reason to become known so that you can be referred to or be referred. One of the things that I really love is, and it does speak to this insofar as your hook. You know, we had the crocodile hunter, Steve Irwin. We've just recently had Khaki Day, 15th of November, which supports wildlife warriors. And so we have this incredible character, you know, generated $1 billion global empire because he really stood on his you know, his character and his manner and his enthusiasm for his subject matter. And yeah, so you know, he had a hook, which was not only was he a crocodile hunter, he was a nice guy, he was outrageous and bold and funny and a bit of a larrikin. O is for opportunity. Think like a leader, take advantage of opportunities, take the opportunity to take a lead role, say yes, and then figure it out. Think like a marketer and tap into trends. And, you know, we talk about perfectionism will always sabotage you. We need to be thinking about how we can be opportunistic. And often we have events in our life that aren't necessarily great or glowing, and yet we can leverage them. We talked about Charlie Sheen and his life becoming a train wreck. Well, you know, Paris Hilton had her own issues, and yet she was able to leverage them and continues to leverage them. And so likewise with Sarah Jessica Parker, you know, she was told that the likelihood of transferring a TV series to a film was unlikely to be successful. And yet Sex and the City, the movie, the second movie, and now the serialization of the the next chapter, you know, it goes on and on and on. Has she taken advantage of an opportunity, creating this great brand around Sex and the City, and then, you know, really opportunistically becoming the executive producer and creating the movie, etc. When people were saying it was unlikely to happen, the success rate of the transition hadn't occurred previously. And so, you know, for myself, it was about saying yes as well. Yes to sending out a press release. Yes to saying, you know what, this is a story that has an interesting hook to it, and sending out a press release, getting journalists calling, getting the interviews, getting, you know, and then saying, well, I can provide a photo opportunity with a client. And as a result, we got a full-page spread in Grazia magazine, which is almost unheard of, and, you know, quoted in that arena. And that's because you say yes. You say yes, and then you kind of figure it out. And I always ask for the questions. You know, if I'm speaking to a journalist, I say, what are your questions? And that way I can be well prepared. I can prepare the response. You know, I had a couple of page spread in the Australian Institute of Management Today magazine. And it was because I literally said, look, let me be well prepared and let me provide you some of the answers. So I asked for the questions, and then I basically said, well, here's some of my pre-prepared questions and responses, and you know, here you go. And literally the article was just quoting my questions and answers, literally word for word. R is for reliable. Your message and your performance must be consistent. A constant flow of information is needed to build and raise awareness around your brand. Your brand consistency is critical in developing brand loyalty. Brand inconsistency erodes erodes confidence. And that's interesting because it also talks to your brand promise and reliability and those other issues. So we want people to be confident in our brand. Be someone who you can be relied upon. R is for reliability. Your overall total public image should be consistent with your brand, and personal brand consistent with your business brand, mission, service standards. And as an industrial relations advocate and practitioner, that's where I often saw businesses fall down, where their service standards were very different to what they, perceived or alleged their business brand was. Develop habits and activities that support your personal brand tone. So this was something that Terry Cooper said after I presented some training to her clients. Rachel Quilty is a true professional. Not all presenters walk their talk, but Rachel most certainly does. Her speaking, presentation, and training is exceptional, and loads of great content with loads of great content, lots of helpful information. I highly recommend Rachel Quilty and JumptheQ to anyone wanting to improve their personal branding. Yet again, somebody has said walk their talk, and so I often say that, yes, I walk my talk, but I would like my walk to be louder than my talk. And so what that means to me is that my clients are successful. And so I often say, if my brand is bigger than my client's brand, I'm not doing my job well. So I want to have global brands. I want to have clients who have global brands, who have had international success, have had great financial success, great influence, if that's or reach, depending on what their definition of success is. I is for image and identity, and a coordinated, consistent professional image becomes your signature. So you really do need to develop a signature style. Style is about projecting an accurate sense of yourself and your business. So we know that having a definable style creates a more influential brand or celebrity brand. So you want a personal style that's noticed without being a distraction as well. We know people like George Clooney, Victoria Beckham, Angelina Jolie, and the list goes on of celebrities who have, a definable style. And it might not be evident to you, but it is evident to me that they have a definable style. They'll have a uniform look, and they'll often be, they'll be like the muse for a particular designer. So you really do need to be memorable for the right reasons. I quoted Coco Chanel earlier. If a woman is poorly dressed, you notice the clothes. If she is impeccably dressed, you notice a woman. And that's because the clothing, what you're wearing, it fades into the background. It's no longer a distraction. Hence why a uniform look is really quite useful, particularly if you are in that networking field. Don't be afraid to wear the same clothing, because you'll become memorable just for that reason. And also, your decision fatigue reduces, and people will, what you're wearing fades into the background, and people will finally hear what you've got to say. So we talk about signature style. We see that in Charlie Chaplin, Marilyn Monroe, Coco Chanel herself, Audrey Hepburn, even the roles that she plays, they're very signature style around those as well. And she was usually dressed by Dior. John Lennon, there's signature style, this signature that you need to develop. It's like, it can be a statement piece like John Lennon, or it can be a signature style, like the whole way you dress. And so Di Watson, the owner of Brisbane Circle magazine, said this: Rachel writes a regular column for our Brisbane Circle magazine advising women about style. It was really about personal branding. Action step number 6, developing your signature style. And her column is clever and witty and packed with helpful tips. Readers report that her style seminars, which was about personal branding, it was about developing your signature style, they were considered excellent. Rachel walks what she talks and always presents as a woman of elegance. Isn't that lovely? So it's one of those things, walking your talk. I don't know how many people have said that about me, and it's like, they're all disconnected. They're all over the world, and yet they're saying the same thing. It's very unusual. Having said that, I have a friend or a colleague, and people said she calls a spade, and there's dozens of people who've said the same thing about her, and I liken that. That's your tagline, and it's usually quite accurate. So T is for trustworthy. Your brand is your promise. Monitor your brand's performance, your customer experience, your customer touch points, your reputation, your goodwill, how you manage your mistakes. That's all important part of your promise. And I've put up an image here of Tiger Woods, and one of the things that we can do is mismanage our promise. We might not realize that we've made a brand promise or a promise, and that there's an expectation that we've created in our community and our audience, and we can sabotage it, and we can disappoint people by not managing that mistake correctly. And so, Tiger Woods, he lost a lot of sponsorship, millions of dollars worth of sponsorship. And it was really because instead of being honest and open about something he had done, he attempted to hide it. And so I think it's really important that we think about the fact that you are your own PR department. You have to do some crisis management occasionally, and you have to be able to go, you know what, despite that, this is a reality. Yes, I did that, or no, I didn't do that, whatever the case may be. And we have seen, as I think about it, Tiger Woods, I would have managed his PR very differently to the way that he did. When I think about Barack Obama, and there was a lot of conversation around how stylish he and Michelle were, and and he really made I call it a masterful strategic move to actually go, you know what, I'm going to change the narrative around this because I don't want that to lead. And so he was pitching at the National Baseball, and he wore his old jeans and a t-shirt, and he could have went stylish, but he really made this very masterful move to say, no, I'm not going to be talked about my style. I want my policies to be talked about. And so it really is managing your PR. Your brand should identify you as a leader, position you, command authority, deliver on the promises that you make. And so ultimately you have to be yourself. No one can say that Donald Trump is not himself. No one can say that Richard Branson is not himself. And so we talk about your promise, and making sure that you are true to yourself and to others. And I had a client, Trish Jenkins, she said this: when I approached Rachel, I already felt badly branded and broken because I had been in jail. I was passionate about my fraud prevention message, but had no idea how to present it without my past undermining me. Rachel's branding gave me back my self-confidence. My brand has credibility, and so do I. Thanks to her thorough and systematic approach, now I confidently stand out in the marketplace. My branding supports my message. And she says, learn the secrets from Rachel Quilty, truly the authority on personal branding. And so, we have this situation where you've established your credibility, circumstances occur, and, you crash land, you have to go into a crisis management mode. And that's what happened when Trish approached me, and we walked through the Brand Yourself Action Plan. And what was very interesting is, she had to be open to some suggestions, because what she wanted to do and how I wanted to kind of influence her were two very different ways. And so she had been in jail, written the book. She's, she was misled, and we would call it a scam. She was scammed, and she was the one that paid the ultimate price for that scam. However, it's a great story. It has a great hook, because she survived the event, she came through it, she's inspirational, but she's got a very important message to women about, financially protecting yourself and not leaving yourself vulnerable, and not just, naively entering into arrangements that could leave you vulnerable. And, it's such an important message. And, as a result, she was able to get a lot of publicity here in Australia, in Queensland, TV programs. She went over to the US. She was able to get an incredibly large amount of publicity through I call it the Bible Belt, the southern states of the US, morning shows, millions of people tuning in to listen to her message, as well as then, flipping over to the UK and getting a lot of publicity there. And I think it's really important that, she's committed to that message. She understands her brand. However, it took walking through that action plan to really go, get a very solid, clear, crystal clear, get clarity on your brand. And that's the question that we, when you do look at your brand, you can get crystal clear on it. And sometimes that's why you can, if you don't understand what your brand promise is, what your brand really stands for, and what some of your customer expectations are around your brand, then you can do some damage. And so very important to be able to recognize that and actually understand it in a very conscious way, so that you know when you've actually damaged, because we can damage goodwill, we can break promises, we can make mistakes, and it's really about how we manage them. So I always say your brand is a reflection of what you're capable of. And so what's your brand saying about you? And that's why I put together that brand yourself for profit package, to make sure that when you're serious about your personal brand, when you're serious about creating a brand empire, when you're serious about dominating your marketplace as the authority, that you could really work consistently through a program, step-by-step program management system to, methodically, strategically, systematically position your brand. And so I looked at action step number one, which is really about designing your signature brand. Let me just cover off and walk you through that package, so you have the information. And with that, we're going to conclude. But let me just speak to that package so you know the details, and you can be reminded of them. So designing your signature brand, looking at brand yourself action plan, walking through those 10 action steps, connecting with our live webinar training valued at $4,997. We walk through those 10 action steps over a 12-week period. We go into a great amount of detail. You have a workbook, work journal that you have to work through every week. We have a check-in process. It's a lot of good content, and it's definitely going to allow you to move up to the next level, which is where you look at branding yourself as the expert. One of our clients said this. You may recall, oh no, it's a different quote. I've been in business for 2 years now and felt I needed to step it up a notch, and Rachel's systematic and strategic approach appealed to my preference for well-structured, organized, and simple-to-use programs. Life is busy enough. I've been working with Rachel and through the Brand Yourself Action Plan, and I'm amazed at the content and insights I have uncovered. It is the exact work that any business owner who has been in business for a few years needs to undertake to keep moving forward, remain relevant in the marketplace. So great comment there. You do need to continue to remain relevant. So like I said, we walk through that Brand Yourself action plan, 10 action steps. Then we deploy your expert brand strategically. We walk you through that next level, brand yourself the expert, the 10 action steps over a 12-week live webinar training, which is valued at $4,997. We walk through those 10 action steps that are related to the Brand Yourself training program. I'm not going to walk you through all of them because we have talked about them. But we do really make sure that we're looking at your packaging. That's what's important when we start to deploy your brand. It's really looking at developing your intellectual property, creating a brand voice, ensuring that you have a brand a business model, that you create not only a signature product, but a signature series. You're creating a brand empire, and then we're delivering it via an expert communication plan. Then we want to strategically develop your authority, and we walk through the 12-week action plan for Brand Yourself the Authority. That's a live webinar, $4,997. And that's new. We've never run it live as a webinar. We've walked it through with clients, and we've developed the action steps and the content, but we haven't. So it's very exciting, actually, to be doing it as a live webinar in the new year, walking through all those action steps, dominating your field as the authority, putting in place a marketing plan, considering your authority platform, how you develop your authority presence, developing your brand equity, looking at those partnerships that you can leverage, ensuring that you've nailed your purpose, making sure that you package your brand as the authority, you deliver your brand promise, and you step into or deploy your brand authority and power, and deliver your authority performance. And then we kind of touch on where you can go from there with the Brand Yourself the Celebrity. And so our Brand Yourself for Profits package includes those 3 training programs valued at $14,991. And then, because it's really important that you have those strategic resources that you need to brand yourself for success, what I would call action step number 2 here is we've put together a package of resources that you really do need. Your strategic brand plan. We put together a call at each of the beginning of each of the training packages where we walk through your strategic plan for that action plan. That's valued at $2,997. We look at the scripts and templates and the checklists that you'll need for some of these projects, and that's valued at $1,497. And we invite you to be a participant in our private community and our Facebook group. And very important, because you can share information about your brand and what you're working on and get feedback. So it's a really valuable community, and obviously I can pop in and offer my support as well. We're going to help you with an expert interview, and that's valued at $1,497. We help you develop your authority report. So create an ebook so you can, label or title yourself as the authority and an author, valued at $1,497. Help you develop your signature keynote, valued at $1,497. So our strategic resources ultimately are valued at $10,482. And so the coaching calls, $2,997, tools, templates, checklists, $1,497, our private Facebook group, $1,497, your expert interview, $1,497, your authority report, $1,497, and your signature keynote, $1,497. I actually think that they're undervalued because it is a done with you project. And so, I don't know that they're going to be held at that rate in the very near future. We've included some special bonuses in our Brand Yourself for Profit package. We're including some additional intensive coaching calls with myself. There are 3 calls, one with each of the training programs, $997 per call, valued at $2,991. We're also including our membership program for the 12 months. That's a monthly coaching call. That's valued at $297 per month. So it's valued at $3,564. We call that the VIP pass. And so the overall value, like I said, $3,564. And we also invite you to the A-listers, well, it's A-listers lounge pass, which is the done for you aspect. 3 months, normally valued at $1,497 now, and that would be valued at $4,491. So that's on top of what we've already provided. This is part of the resources that we think that you need. So our special bonuses include the intensive coaching calls, the VIP pass for the monthly group coaching, the free month access to the A-list lounge, that's valued at $4,491, and so our special bonuses are valued at $11,052. So let me summarize this. We have our 3 training programs, $14,991. We have our strategic resources, including all that content. That additional resource value is $10,482. We have the special bonuses, the 3 intensive coaching calls, the VIP pass, the A-list pass, and their special bonuses valued at $11,052. And so collectively, though, the 3 training programs, the strategic resources, the special bonuses, they're valued at $36,525. And so ordinarily we would make a special offer and they might be, say, $24,997. Because we're right at the stage we are at the moment, we have time and capacity to support some of our clients. We're not looking at $14,997. We're looking at $9,997 today only. Please make a commitment, send an email through, or dive across to our sales page there, jumptheq.thrivecart.com/BYFP. So you can either look at that, or there's 30 monthly payments of $997, or you have the option of the 6 monthly payments as well over on the sales page. If you want to look at a alternative payment plan, please send me an email. Like I said, there's always a reward for action takers. First 8, there's a special bonus, and that's an additional private strategic session with myself. And I've included some unadvertised bonuses in that because they're things that people would like to have, but I'm not going to make them openly available outside of that strategic call. So that's valued at $4,497. Like I said, dive across to JumptheQ, thrivecart.com/BYFP. And let's walk through this just quickly to kind of conclude our presentation today. We're looking at the 3 training programs, $14,991, the strategic resources, $10,482, special bonuses valued at $11,052, the action taker bonus, $4,497, which gives you a total value of $41,022. And so it's important that you jump the queue, take action right now. Go across to jumptheq.thrivecart.com/BYFP, which means brand yourself for profit. And like I said, we have 100% guarantee of satisfaction. The only thing you have to lose is your old brand and your old image. You have the pay in full bonus, which is an extra month in the VIP lounge. That's a $1,497 bonus. You will get access immediately to the Brand Yourself action plan, as opposed to it being released monthly and then released weekly once we go to the live. So you'll have full access to that immediately. Pay in full value is the bonuses attached to that is $3,994. And so obviously our total value is increasing. And let me just see. And like I said, we're not we're doing a special arrangement at the moment before we start our live webinar series, and our life is consumed by that. And we're looking at 36 weeks of live webinars next year. We're able to support our clients right now and give them that additional time and attention with the done for you or done with you programs. Once we move out of this offer, that type of personal time and attention won't be available. The personal strategic calls, the coaching calls, they really are reduced. And so it's really one of those things where it's what I like to do. It's like I like to connect with the clients as we walk through the training program. We're strategic about it. We're strategic about which action steps we touch base and talk about. However, it's once I get my numbers and we have a lot of clients coming through, it really is my ability and capacity to support everyone is obviously diminished. So it's one of those things, while it's available right now, take advantage. And like I said, ordinarily you might pay something like 25,000 for this program, if not 25, 14, 49. And so we got this offer at the moment, which is $9,997. That's a upfront payment, or you can look at the 6 monthly payments, 1,997, which gives you a value of, well, gives you a price, an investment of 11,982. And so what I want you to do, if you want to take advantage of the payment plan, or you want to talk through some of the content, absolutely love to do that. Send an email to rachel@rachelquilty.com, or my private email, rachel.quilty@bigpond.com. Just in case there's any problems, go to the invitation. You'll see my email there. Hit reply, or forward it to me so I'm aware of what offer, what webinar you've connected with, what training you've connected with. And so if you want to talk through the different interviews that are available, we have 13 different interview styles. I would be wanting to connect with you and make an appointment on Calendly so we can talk through your strategic call, as well as what interview you might like to do, walking through some of the availability that we have and what topics you might want to express your expertise in or authority in. So with that, I will ask you if you have any questions, reply to the invitation, send that through to me. If you wish to discuss a payment plan, feel free to send an email through to me. That offer, again, the value is 42,000. The VIP offer is 9,997. 6 monthly payments of 1,997 is 11,982. But like I said, the VIP upfront payment offer is 9,997. Grab that at jumptheq.thrivecart.com//BYFP/. And so you really do want to jump the queue while there's time to support you with building your brand and positioning your brand as the authority. I'd love to work with you. So go across, there's the link there. I'll leave it up for a little while. And if there's anyone with any questions, feel free to drop them to me so I can quickly have a look at what issues you have. The questions with the interview, what we do is we ask you to provide us an initial response to 10 questions. From there, we actually develop a very tailored interview for you. We've got 13 different templates that we look at, which really relate to your product and your business positioning, where you're at. So some of them might make immediate sense. Some of them will make sense later, if you know what I mean. That's really important. We get on with that really quickly. The keynote, the writing the book, follows that, because we really like to get your interview and content from the interview down pat. We work through some of the social media and email. We develop some audience handouts for you. there's so much content. I can't even describe it all. So it's one of those things. Probably the best thing you can do is drop me an email, rachel@rachelquilty.com or rachel.quilty@bigpond.com, and just request that information, the offer sheet, and I can send you out the various interview templates. It's not a problem at all, and we can go from there. Okay, so it's funny because everyone gets a little bit nervous about the interview. When is it? What do I have to talk about? And it's like it is something that you're well prepared for. We do not drop you into it. We want you to be really familiar with your area of expertise. And it's one of those things where it's really just starting the preparation. And so we have these various strategic resources that we've included in the package. So we're working on them simultaneously, or one after another, so that it makes sense. So by the time you get to the interview, you feel very comfortable with your subject matter, if not already. So don't be concerned about that. Start talking about it. Still start telling people that you're going to be interviewed on your area of expertise. Start telling people that you're going to be an author of your own book. Start telling people that you're going to be preparing a keynote address, because that is positioning you right now, starting to, it's a mindset issue where you're really taking on board that your brand power, I guess, and stepping into your own brand authority. So I'm going to leave you with that. Feel free to touch base. Obviously, if you want to take advantage of the upfront payment discount, you want to take advantage of the action taker bonuses, feel free to dive across. If not, please drop me an email and we can talk through your application and talk through the provisions of the program to support you as we move forward. So we do a pitch, and it's really one of those things where you can take advantage of. Some people really are ready. They are saying, yes, sign me up. And other people are saying, I want more detail. And we're very happy to support you either way. Those people that are ready to start focusing on their brand, they want to take advantage of those action taker resources, and they're usually familiar with the process of what's available. Because what happens is, next time I deliver this presentation, you won't receive the same offers and you won't receive the same pricing. It will inevitably go up, and so the offer as it sits will not be available in the future in a new presentation. So that's because time becomes limited, and it is a resource that is needs to be managed well. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much, everyone, for your time and attention today. I really appreciate you joining me. It's been great to have a day with your company, and I appreciate your questions. I appreciate your patience as we walk through this, and I hope that you're excited about your branding and where you could possibly establish your expertise and position your brand. Remember, we're all about designing your brand, deploying your brand expertise, and dominating your marketplace or your field as the authority. So thanks, everyone. Thank you, and I'll talk to you soon.